Welcome to day 3 of Visioning a Better America, a citizens conference originally planned to be held in Congress, but unfortunately Congress was closed by the Sergeant of Arms, and so we are going virtual as this first step in the process of visioning a better America. And this morning, I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Georgette Bennett, who will speak to us about confronting hate in visioning a better America, myths and facts in dehumanizing and rehumanizing refugees. Dr. Bennett is an activist, an author, a people-to-people diplomat, which is also called Track 2 diplomacy, and she is a philanthropist. Dr. Georgette Bennett is a sociologist, criminologist, author, former broadcast journalist, philanthropist, and civilian diplomat who focuses on conflict resolution and intergroup relations. She founded the Tannenbaum Center for Interreligious Understanding to combat religious prejudice. In 2013, Dr. Bennett founded the Multi-Faith Alliance for Syrian Refugees. Most recently, she co-founded the Global Covenant of Religions to delegitimize using religion as a justification for violence and extremism. She was formerly a network correspondent for NBC News, host of Walter Cronkite's PBS series, Why in the World, and a story development consultant for the McNeil Lehrer NewsHour, 2020 and 60 Minutes. Dr. Bennett served in the U.S. State Department Religion and Foreign Policy Initiatives Working Group on Conflict Mitigation and Countering Religion-Based Violence. Dr. Bennett received the 2019 AARP Purpose Prize for her work on behalf of Syrian war victims, the Global Impact Award from the Society for International Development, the Global Tolerance Award from Friends of the UN, the Gold Medallion from the International Conference of Christians and Jews, among other awards. In 2021, she was selected for Forbes 50 over 50 impact list and cited as one of 4 women who shaped the course of modern American foreign policy and human rights. Her most recent book, Thou Shalt Not Stand Idly By, How One Woman Confronted the Greatest Humanitarian Crisis of Our Time, which covers her work on the Syrian crisis. Dr. Bennett.
You've told my whole life story. Thank you, Richard, and thank you so much for the very hard work that you've done putting this conference together. It's so important. I was born in Hungary 1 year after the war, and after enduring all the horrors of the Holocaust, my parents engineered our escape in 1948. We made our way to France, where we waited for the precious papers that would admit us to the US in 1952 as stateless refugees. When our ship, the Ile-de-France, sailed into New York Harbor on its way to dock at the West Side piers, we passed the Statue of Liberty. Later, when I started school in Kew Gardens, I would learn Emma Lazarus's famous poem, which is engraved on the inner wall of the statue's pedestal. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. My parents and I were lucky to be given a home here. America has been very good to me, and I believe passionately in Lazarus's words. They're the core of America's self-concept, but it's not really who we are, and we probably never have been that. Looking at public opinion polls about refugee admissions going back to 1938, one finds that with one exception, the American public has always been opposed to bringing in refugees. In 1938, it was German, Austrian, and other political refugees. In 1939, 907 Jews tried to escape Nazi Germany. They boarded a ship called the St. Louis, seeking asylum. But unlike the ship on which I arrived, the St. Louis was refused entry by Cuba, Canada, and the US. It had no choice but to turn around, and it finally docked in Belgium, and 1/3 of its passengers perished in the Holocaust. In the 1940s, it was Jews again, but this time Jews who had escaped or survived the Holocaust. In 1957, it was Hungarian refugees escaping communism. In 1979, it was Indo-Chinese refugees from Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. In 1980, it was Cuban refugees escaping the oppressive Castro regime. And in 2017, it was Syrian refugees fleeing the terror reign of Bashar al-Assad. In all this time, there was only one exception to public opposition, and that was 1999, with ethnic Albanian refugees escaping the war in Kosovo. And that brings us to the present, and the case of Afghans fleeing the Taliban. There's overwhelming public approval for admitting the Afghans who worked for the US government or military. But what about the others? 170,000 Americans, Afghan civ holders, and humanitarian parolees have been evacuated, and 54,000 of those are now in the US, spread across 8 military bases. Another 12,000 arrived just yesterday, with more trickling in. This has raised alarm bells and xenophobic panic among hate groups who are responding with weaponized language that's intent on dehumanizing a terrified, exhausted, and displaced people. ADL has documented that response in a recent report. There are cries of the Great Replacement, a white supremacist conspiracy theory that's about intentional replacement of white majorities at the hands of Jewish forces. The extremists call it white genocide. To back this up, they cite high Afghan birth rates. Why, they ask, do I now have to live in a neighborhood with foreigners, a country that's not Christian? Why do my kids have to live in a country riddled with crime? And yes, they dub Afghan refugees as dangerous criminals, jihadis, and terrorists. Sound familiar? They see them as a threat to public safety, leading inevitably to another 9/11 attack on the US. After all, it took only 19 jihadi immigrants to bring America to its knees. Biden, they say, has just imported another 150,000 jihadis. But they do celebrate the conversation about the barbaric ideology of Islam and the dangers it poses to the US, triggered by the recent ISIS suicide attack at the Kabul airport. They fear this invasion of Afghan refugees. They say, we don't support this plane full of subhumans being allowed to invade our soil. Send them to Israel, where they belong. And they feel that Israel intentionally spreads migrants in other countries as part of some conspiracy. They condemn the Jewish community's efforts to aid Afghan refugees as part of this alleged Jewish conspiracy. They claim that liberals care about Muslim women and children under the Taliban, but ignore white women and girls victimized by refugees of color at home. And this, of course, goes back to the theme of the criminality of Afghans fleeing their country. Then there's the political motive for accepting refugees, because they will theoretically vote for Democrats. And they cite hundreds of Afghans being settled in battleground states such as Pennsylvania, Arizona, Florida, and Texas in order to influence those elections. Now, actually, only Texas of those states has resettled the most refugees. The others, California, New York, and Washington, are not battleground states. The hate groups express much admiration for the Taliban's brutal tactics and its victory over the US. they cite the Taliban as an example of how armed insurgents, motivated by freedom, can overcome outside forces. They revel in the defeat and humiliation of the Jewish transnational elite military industrial complex. And they conclude that the lesson to learn from the Taliban is that sometimes violence is the answer. Now, everything that I've just said, these are quotes from QAnon, white supremacists, and Islamophobes. These quotes are filled with inaccuracies and absurdities, but they echo themes that are common in mainstream attitudes among the general public, especially when refugees get lumped in with economic migrants. The Cato Institute did a very revealing poll in which they listed a whole catalog of fears that are prevalent in the general public. The fear that there will be too many demands on government services, that there'll be discrimination against white Americans, that there'll be less social cohesion because of these newcomers coming in, that they would reduce the jobs that are available, that unauthorized immigrants vote in election, that the risks of terrorism will increase. And white Americans worry that they will become a minority in the US. They worry that newcomers have more trouble assimilating and that Americans will no longer feel at home in their own country. They worry that the newcomers will reduce wages, impose burdens on schools, that crime will increase, and that they will replace America's ethnic background and raise the costs of housing and healthcare. So as you see, many of these fears, which are mainstream, echo those of the hate groups, and that's worrisome. Now, we've heard all of this before. Since 2013, when I founded the Multi-Faith Alliance that Richard mentioned in his intro, we've been battling the false narratives about refugees from the Middle East. Of the 80 million displaced people in the world, Syrians make up the largest single group. And except for those times when the lifeless body of a toddler washes up on shore, or when a camera captures a pair of traumatized children huddled together, the Syrian crisis slips out of public consciousness, but it hasn't gone away. 80% of Syrian refugees are women and children. They're fleeing terror, but they're thought of as terrorists. Over the past few years, the US, along with many other countries, has nearly shut its doors to them. I was inspired to take up the Syrian cause by the International Rescue Committee, which issued a very powerful report in 2013. You can read about that journey, which started with that report, in my book, which was published last week. And Richard, thank you for mentioning it. This is it over here. One of the issues that I tackle in that book is the three great fears that drove public opinion on Syrian refugees. Those same fears apply to Afghan refugees. The first one is a fear of negative economic impact. Muslims in general, and Syrians in particular, have the highest median income of any foreign-born group. They have higher educational attainment than native-born Americans. A large plurality of them work in high-skill occupations, including 4,000 very philanthropic Syrian doctors in the US. Of the refugees that are resettled by the International Rescue Committee, 85% are employed within 6 months. And refugees are job makers, not job takers. They're more entrepreneurial, 13% of them, and more likely to start small businesses, which are the engine of job creation. Even the low and middle income countries bearing the brunt of the refugee flow are experiencing about 3% growth in GDP. And an International Rescue Committee cash program in Lebanon and now in Jordan has demonstrated that each $1 given to a refugee circulates $2.13 in the economy. We see that here in the US also. Cleveland, where the government's $4.8 million investment in services for refugees catalyzed almost $50 million circling through the local economy from refugee-owned businesses and household spending, clearly gives the lie to refugees being a drain on our economy. And Buffalo's mayor has been quoted as saying one of the reasons that Buffalo is growing stronger, that Buffalo is getting better, is because of the presence of our immigrant and refugee community. The reality is this: the US for years has been unable to fill its skilled labor needs from the domestic labor pool. And in the era of COVID, we can't even fill our less skilled jobs. So refugees provide an urgently needed source of labor. It's true that refugees get 3 months of benefits when they get here, and that is a cost to taxpayers. But outlays for refugee resettlement decrease over time as refugees integrate. By the time they've been in the US for 8 years, refugees on the whole pay more in taxes than they receive in welfare benefits. So those are the facts that refute the myth about a negative economic impact. The second great fear is terrorism. But the chance of being killed in a terrorist incident on American soil by someone holding a refugee visa is 1 in 3.46 billion. Yes, 1 in 3.46 billion. On the other hand, the chance of being murdered by another American is 253 times greater than that. 2/3 of applicants that are referred for resettlement in the US are women and children under the age of 11, and that's hardly the demographic of a terrorist. Of the more than 800,000 worldwide refugees resettled in the US since 9/11, fewer than 10 have been implicated in supporting terrorism. Generally, that means financial support, and none have been Syrian. So admitting more Syrian refugees, and by extension, Afghans, actually enhances our security rather than threatening it. And here's why. It increases our leverage in the Middle East and encourages cooperation from regional actors like Turkey, Jordan, and Iraq, all of which host US military bases. All 3 of those countries, along with Lebanon, are straining under the burden of Syrian refugees. So for the sake of their stability, the US and other wealthy countries must provide them with more support and do our share of resettlement, which we have not been doing for years. Stability is the enemy of extremists. It undercuts their ability to recruit. And one intangible result is the goodwill that comes from demonstrating that the US is not hostile to Muslim majority countries. That too pulls the carpet out from extremist groups that tout the West's hatred of Islam as a way to enlist impressionable and angry young Muslims to their cause. And that brings us to the third great fear, which is Islamophobia. There is a fear of being overrun by Muslims. But even if 65,000 Afghans are to be admitted, that would comprise only 0.0002% of the US population. And Muslim Americans are highly assimilated and want to adopt American customs. They have more liberal views on social, religious, and political subjects than Muslims elsewhere. But public opinion is sometimes very wrong-headed. So how do we move the needle of public opinion? Well, it can be changed with the right messaging. We can learn a lot from a survey that was done in Britain that found that 25% of that country is liberal on immigration and 25% is anti-immigrant. Now, this leaves 50% in the what they call anxious middle, those who have humanitarian impulses, but they're scared. And that probably holds true for the US also. So with the right narrative and information, this anxious middle, this 50%, can be moved to shift their views. Research shows that the more people know about the Syrian refugees' experiences, the more positive they feel. When they learn that most refugees really want to go home, when they hear stories about refugees assimilating well, when they have better knowledge of what's happening in the refugees' home countries, the more the public hears about all these things, the more positive they feel about admitting Syrian refugees, and the same applies to Afghans. But public policy, unfortunately, has been driven by misinformation, disinformation, and fear. You can see this in some of the bills that were introduced in recent years. One of them is the SAFE Act, which requires supplemental background checks in order to certify to congressional committees that individual Syrians or Iraqis seeking resettlement are not a national security threat. Now, this creates major obstacles, thwarting Syrian and Iraqi resettlement without a demonstrable public benefit. And it adds unnecessary additional requirements to an already lengthy and comprehensive screening process that takes up to 2 years to complete. The US has one of the most, if not the most, stringent and comprehensive vetting processes in the world. It's a complicated process. Too complicated. What's needed is a holistic approach. Unlike Europe, the entire vetting process occurs before refugees set foot on US soil and involves layers of federal agencies. That's a good thing. It's proved to be very useful in terms of our national security. But federal agencies lack a uniform protocol for conducting background checks. They could streamline the process by developing standardized guidelines for all the separate agencies that are part of the interagency check. And that process would also benefit from hiring more DHS staff with experience in the Middle East. And Afghans, most of whom have been brought in under emergency humanitarian parole, are being processed in US military bases and third countries. After processing, they're connected with resettlement agencies, and foremost among those is the International Rescue Committee. Most of those are sent to places where they can reunite with family members already in the US. So that's the SAFE Act. Another bill that was introduced is to suspend and subsequently terminate the admission of certain refugees to examine their impact on national security and the costs of providing benefits to such individuals. Now, I've addressed those issues when I looked at the 3 great fears, so I won't repeat that, but the impact is that it could permanently shut down refugee resettlement for those fleeing in dire need from Syria and other hotspots. And it requires a careful study of refugees' impact on food stamps, Medicare, Medicaid, et cetera, before being let in. I've also addressed that issue when I looked at the 3 great fears. A third bill that was introduced places a cap on funding for the State Department and the US Agency for International Development, a cap on funding to spend on resettling Syrian refugees in the US. And it also locks in a future refugee quota. So using the appropriations process, this bill attempts to thwart both resettlement funding and numbers of Syrian refugees allowed into the US in the future. But it's also a potential means of drawing more power to Congress and away from the administration by controlling purse strings on this program. Now, that's not a good thing because historically, it was leaders at the top who were willing to buck public opinion and admit successive waves of refugees who invariably have been a benefit to our country. This cuts into their ability to do that. So legislative efforts to suppress resettlement have to be reversed, especially the repugnant tactic of some 30 governors who wanted to withdraw entirely from the federal government refugee relocation program, except that governors don't have the authority to ban refugees from their states. The federal government has the sole authority over whether immigrants and refugees of any nationality can enter this country. So legislation such as this ends up demonizing refugees. Now, I've given you a lot of statistics that rebut the myths and fears that are being bruited about. Those are important for policymakers, but statistics don't move the needle on public opinion. Individual human stories do. So I want to share a few of those with you. Hassan Akkad fled Syria in 2016. He trekked across Europe for 87 days and managed to get to London, where he's been living since. When COVID-19 hit England, his local hospital needed cleaners. He immediately signed on to help. He said, "I know I'm Syrian and I'm also a refugee, but I also consider myself a Londoner. And the way I thought about it is that this is the hospital to which my neighbors could go, and they probably are there, the ill ones. And it's the hospital that I would go to. So the hospital needed cleaners, and I signed up. And I'm so proud to be cleaning and disinfecting my hospital. It's the least I can do." Then there's Shadi Martini, who was a hospital administrator in Aleppo, the scion of a wealthy Syrian family and powerful Syrian tribe. His story is all over my book because he's really one of the heroes of the book. He fled his country with one suitcase when friends warned him that he was about to be arrested, perhaps tortured and killed. His crime? Providing medical treatment to his fellow Aleppians who were injured in the bombardments and battles in the Syrian uprising. He continued to provide aid after he fled from Turkey and Bulgaria, but his parents were still in Syria. And he had to give up all contact with them lest he put them in danger. His mother died a few years later without his having been able to hear her voice, see her face, or say goodbye. Shadi now lives in Detroit and became a US citizen in 2019. But most important to me, he's now the executive director of the Multi-Faith Alliance for Syrian Refugees, which I founded in 2013. And he has been instrumental in MFA delivering $175 million in aid to help more than 2 million Syrian war victims. Then there's Jamila Afghani. She's a peacemaker in action, which is a signature program of the Tannenbaum Center for Interreligious Understanding, which I founded in 1992. Jamila is a feminist and an activist for women's rights and education in Afghanistan. Her work directly challenges the misconception that Islam supports violence against women. She created the first gender-sensitive training in Afghanistan for imams. And her gender training has had strong effects on men who didn't realize that Islam allowed women's rights, and it has helped turn men into advocates for women. Afghani calls this its own kind of revolution because religious leaders now use the words of the Quran to promote fairness to women. But it's a revolution that came to an abrupt halt when the Taliban came back into power. Jamila fled Afghanistan a few weeks ago. It was a real nail biter as to whether she would get out. Many of us reached out to every contact we had to get her evacuated. Finally, there's an Afghan asylum seeker who I was privileged to help. I'll call her Fatima. She fled Afghanistan after her education had been interrupted for years and also to avoid an arranged marriage. She had some experience in medical research, and as it happened, I'd been the grant manager for one of the world's top researchers in infectious diseases. When a neighbor brought Fatima to my attention, I introduced her to him, and he generously hired her in his lab, but she was in danger of being deported. He helped her get admitted to Cornell, where she got an advanced degree, which allowed her to stay in the country. Today, she's a researcher at Yale New Haven, one of the top hospitals in the US. Her asylum claim is still pending, but her hard work and skill got her the American dream. But that's not the end of the story. Her parents and 4 other family members were still in Afghanistan when the Taliban took control this year. With the help of many supporters in the US, her family was slated to be on the last plane to leave Kabul, but the Taliban wouldn't let it take off. And knowing that her family would be hunted by the Taliban, Fatima spent an agonizing week in an anxious state of suspense. When the plane finally did take off, her family was not on it. Again, caring Americans jumped in to help. There was another plane. That one landed in Doha on Sunday with her family. Now, putting some real human beings behind the refugee statistics brings me to the last part of my talk. How do we rehumanize those who have been dehumanized? First, of course, we need to tell their stories. The ones I've just told illustrate the best of them and the best of us. We have to fund social media campaigns that counter xenophobia and Islamophobia. We have to support anti-hate groups such as the ADL, ACLU, America's Voice, and the American Immigration Council. Now, as Richard mentioned, I'm a sociologist by training, and one of the first things we learn in Sociology 101 is the importance of contact and communication in overcoming prejudice and misconceptions. Shadi tells a story of the hostility of Syrian refugees when they went to Bulgaria. He sat the townspeople in a room because they were the ones who were hostile to the refugees. And he sat them with the refugees so they could get to know each other. The refugees who were hoping to make their way to Germany were in Bulgaria only temporarily. But while they were there, they filled the hotels and bought goods in the stores. And having had such a good experience with the displaced Syrians, after they left, the townspeople asked, when would they be getting more refugees? So contact and communication is crucial. But the faith community also has a crucial role to play. All of the great religions command us to provide asylum and care for the stranger. In the Hebrew scriptures, there are no fewer than 40 references to caring for the stranger. And there's only one reference to loving thy neighbor as oneself, because it's easy to love someone who's like us. More than 70% of refugees are resettled by faith-based organizations, and churches, synagogues, and mosques all over the country have stepped up to assist Afghan refugees, including the Jewish organizations that are being targeted by hate groups for doing so. In terms of legislation, a few years ago, Senator Dick Durbin introduced a bill. It calls for amending the Immigration and Nationality Act to designate refugee groups whose resettlement is justified by humanitarian reasons, whose membership in a particular social group or public opinion identifies them as targets for persecution. It also eliminates the 1-year limit for filing an asylum claim and provides a 2-year window to reopen a denied claim. In terms of its potential impact, it could actually deter hate crimes against refugees and the growth of Islamophobia. And to its credit, the Biden administration has reinstated temporary protected status for Syrian refugees in this country. Finally, it's time to reinstate private sponsorship of refugees. That's how my parents and I got into this country. But private sponsorship was eliminated with the Refugee Act of 1980. So that brings me full circle. I want successive waves of refugees to have a chance at the same good fortune that I've had. In 2020, I became part of a council of religious leaders co-organized by UNHCR and Religions for Peace, where I serve as an honorary president. In our initial meeting, Filippo Grandi, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, called on us to organize our efforts around three tasks related to refugees: acceptance, inclusion, and solutions. Acceptance means welcoming the stranger, changing the narrative about the displaced, influencing opinion, and countering the demonization of refugees for short-term political gain. Inclusion means prioritizing poverty and education and advocating for including refugees in the host country's existing institutions, schools, health systems, and so on, rather than isolating and segregating refugees. Solutions means preventing and solving forced displacement, addressing its root causes through dialogue and reconciliation work, addressing the causes of flight, and working toward a peaceful return home. Now, unfortunately, the reality is that most refugees will never be able to return to the homes they fled. So we need to make them home here. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgette, Dr. Bennett. You have rehumanized us as Americans by emphasizing that our highest ideals as a visionary society was to be a home, not only to the American people who were already here, but to new people who aspired to be Americans and to breathe free in our home. And I very much appreciate the light that you have shown on our history, particularly on the darkness that many Americans harbor as they look out to new people coming to our country. And it occurred to me as you were speaking that the only Americans who have a right to fear immigrants are the original Americans who might have looked out at these strange ships in their waters and thought, what are these people bringing?
Yes, yes. They brought disease, they brought death, they brought exploitation. And there's a long chapter on that in my new book, which I'm just finishing now.
Wonderful. All right. Let me remind everyone listening that you can send questions to Visioning a Better America, all one word, Visioning a Better America @gmail.com. And also, I'd like to invite the other presenters from different days to unmute their their microphones and turn their cameras on if they would like to participate in this Q&A with Georgette. Winslow, you've been an active participant. Do you have any thoughts or comments?
Well, the thing that came to mind when I was listening to Dr. Bennett's wonderful talk is the future, which unfortunately may include millions of climate refugees. And I wondered if she could expound on that somewhat looming possibility.
Yes, well, it's not looming, it's here. And Syria is a perfect example. It's no accident that the Syrian uprising began in Dara, which is in a part of Syria that had been suffering from drought for years. So it wasn't just graffiti scribbled on the wall by a bunch of teenagers that triggered the conflagration that followed. It actually had a lot to do with the climate conditions that existed there. And of course, that is the root of so many conflicts in Africa, the whole issue of water. So even though refugees have kind of a narrow definition of people who are fleeing persecution. We need to broaden that because there are climate refugees as well, and climate issues do lead to armed conflicts. So I don't think we can just define climate refugees as economic migrants. That's too easy.
Yes, I see Ambassador Barton and Myra Jackson have also turned their cameras on. Do you have any comments or questions for Dr. Bennett?
Yes. Well, first off, thank you very much. Having been the Deputy High Commissioner for Refugees, you did a spectacular job of laying that entire issue out for us and really updating it. And thanks for your great work. I'm curious if could you speak a little bit to the people coming from Central America, because I think that is probably the greatest point of resistance in our country. And also obviously the largest numbers, and where we spend so much of our political energy these days. And it seems to be the source for really getting people warmed up on the other issues, the smaller populations that are being resettled here. So I wonder what your thoughts are there.
Well, that's not an area where I have expertise beyond reading the papers and keeping up with the news. But I think where we do see a similar process at work is the demonization of refugees coming from South Central America and also Mexico. In my talk, when I said sound familiar in terms of referring to Afghans as criminals, I mean, that's really echoing Trump's descriptions of the refugees coming to our southern border. So I think much of what I said applies to them as well. Winslow, if I may call you Winslow, I think there too, you have a lot of climate refugees because of some of the conditions there. So Ambassador Barton, I don't have expertise beyond what we're all reading, but I do have expertise in demonization and the hate that is directed at people who don't deserve it.
Well, thank you. I think I really agree with what you said, obviously. What do you think of a kind of a practical idea of developing a foster home program for people who are coming across our border, rather than building these rotten holding cells and separating families, actually directing some of our resources to local families who are willing to host those who've come across the border as their cases are being resolved. But to me, it seems like it might be an ownership model. What do you think of that?
I think it's a very good solution. It's really what private sponsorship is all about. The private sponsorship model has been working very well in Canada, which allocates 50% of its quota of refugee admissions to private citizens, and it's mostly religious institutions that do the processing. So private sponsorship cannot replace what the government does, but it's a very important supplement for what the government does. And private sponsorship works very well by coordinating with the 9 refugee resettlement agencies in the country, each of which covers a different region. And within the region are a lot of local partners with which they work. So the resettlement agencies, once they scale up again, because as you know, they were completely decimated during the past administration, as they scale up again, they can provide the training and the orientation and the onboarding for the private sponsor families that would take in the refugees. When they do this, they assume a legal responsibility and they commit to at least 1 year, is the way private sponsorship works, in which they will provide resources and they will help that family adjust. And in the case of those who are being processed, haven't already received refugee status, they of course also commit to making sure that the people who they are sponsoring do what they're supposed to do.
Very good. Myra, do you have any thoughts or comments?
I do. I've been sitting here very thoughtfully just hearing my own thoughts around the waves of immigration that have come in over our history. They have brought something really irreplaceable, I believe, to life here. And yet, in hearing the conversations this week alone, I am feeling myself really drawn to the need for reparations for my ancestors who were in bondage. And I'll tell you why. Many that come, and I have seen many waves personally in my life. I'm a Californian in San Diego. We saw the waves of Cambodian and Laotian, peoples come in from Asia, and I enjoyed those experiences. Yet, when they're indoctrinated, none of them are given any good feel for the African American community. My own friends who are a part of families that came over from Ireland remember being told, stay away from African Americans. Those jobs are yours. Go get them. They're not to have them. Things like this. And so what's happened is that there is a distinct feeling of all these waves getting ahead of what African Americans are trying to achieve in this society is their place. So we talk about displacement in other areas, and it's going to continue. You know, I work on climate. So this is a heartbreaker for me because I know where the climate becomes at issue, that we have higher rates of genocide, harm for women, children, animals, you name it. This is all connected. And in this country, as we come to our reckoning, we've got to work this out. We cannot keep having waves. It's like a building, you know, and you keep allowing a population to sink to the bottom that was brought here to help build what's here. We've got to work through this. We can't keep ignoring it. So that's what's on my heart right now, Georgette. I'm not asking you to add anything, explain anything. I just hope that our communities are more helpful to helping to integrate and making a place of feeling home. But it's really hard when in doing that, the country, the homeland that you have, continues to keep the knee on the neck.
Same processes of demonization at work.
Yes, and Myra says very clearly that many millions Africans were brought here not seeking the freedom of America, but brought here as property. And this is our original sin, as it has often been described. And it's not a surprise to anybody listening that some people in our society, some groups, some class, has used the conflict between African people who were brought here and new immigrants from other countries, including from new immigrants from Africa, use that conflict to secure their own benefit. And it's through this kind of fostering of violence and hatred between Americans that we are inhibited from realizing our ideal of equality. Unfortunately, I need to move with the agenda to our next presenter, Ambassador Frederick Barton, excuse me. And of course, Georgette, you're going to stay with us because we're going to have a panel later on.
Yes.
Very good. I'm very happy to welcome as presenter Ambassador Frederick Barton, who will speak on the heart of peacebuilding citizens. Ambassador Barton is a peace builder, a public servant, a change advancer, and a friend. Ambassador Frederick Barton teaches at the Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton University, where that actually may be changed. The name may be changed. He can correct us. Teaches at that school at Princeton University, where he serves as a co-director of Princeton Scholars in the Nation's Service Initiative and Ullman Fellowships. His 2018 book, Peace Works: America's Unifying Role in a Turbulent World, describes an affirmative approach to foreign affairs through concrete and attainable solutions. Ambassador Barton started USAID's Office of Transition Initiatives. He was America's ambassador to the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations in New York, and he was the UN's Deputy High Commissioner for Refugees in Geneva. He was the first Assistant Secretary of State for Conflict and Stabilization Operations. He led conflict management initiatives in over 40 crisis zones across the globe, from Haiti, Iraq, Nigeria, Burma, Pakistan to Turkey. Ambassador Barton.
Great, thanks. Thank you so much, Richard. Thank you for inviting us to this great exchange of ideas. We just don't have these kinds of opportunities any longer. It's really hard to think of what American leaders are taking time off from their very busy lives to actually reflect, to imagine what is most important, and to develop some original thinking. So your inspiration is a great challenge for all of us, and particularly in this kind of whirling world that we live in, where there's so many opinions and only some facts and information to tether those opinions to. It's a sparkling day here in Maine, as I'm sure Winslow, Ambassador Myers would attest, and it's a real pleasure to be part of this. I want to just briefly state that I believe in a more perfect union, anchored in the people of our country, informed by an engaged citizenry, and committed to constant improvement. I believe that peace is a central American interest. The vision that I hope to share today speaks to my work in building peace and how the United States can and must play a unifying role in a turbulent world. At the heart of peace building are citizens. So what I will try to do today is to point out and critique our current situation and context, and then offer 6 very practical guideposts and 6 doable ideas that I envision will further engage the US public and our leaders in peace building. There's so much to be said. This is not the final word by a long shot. So it's great to be with you. I do also want to thank a mutual friend of a number of us, Lola O'Byrne, who passed away in the last year, but really encouraged our participation, and who, when she moved back to the United States from Mexico, really believed in our system, in the beauty of our system, and the potential of our people-centered model. So I really do this in tribute to her because she was such an inspiration. I also will say that I think Georgette's words, in particular what she said about solutions and what High Commissioner Filippo Grandi is going to be really the emphasis of what I'm going to talk about. So let's just take a quick look at the current situation, the context, which I believe includes the following. I believe that the last several wars that the United States has been engaged in we've been almost guilty of conflict tourism. We did not have congressional votes to authorize these conflicts, so our representatives did not have to face these difficult debates, and they could really kibitz throughout. We did not have tax increases, so we didn't have to pay for any of these hundreds of billions of dollars that we spend in Iraq and Afghanistan. And only 1% of US families were directly involved in these conflicts, as opposed to our historical standard of about 40% of American families that had a member in the armed services. So our all voluntary military has removed sort of the direct ownership that we used to find. That is not a healthy way for a democracy to engage in something as serious as a foreign conflict. Obviously, Afghanistan and Iraq have brought that home in spades, but that is true of really over the last 20 conflicts that we have intervened in. I believe that we have an overwhelmingly militaristic and citizen versus citizen-led approach to these conflicts. With well over 90% of our resources are spent on military initiatives. We have 800 bases or footprints now in over 70 countries. That's obviously dwarfs any diplomatic efforts that we might be making. There is growing global skepticism about the U.S. leadership and our role. And starting back in 2014, somebody who I think has missed a number of beats, but really saw this correctly, Henry Kissinger spoke of America's, quote, increasingly ambivalent role on the world stage. And he asked, are we facing a period in which forces beyond the restraints of any order determine the future? He and so many others spoke of increasing our interdependence. Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was a little bit of a Cold War warrior, also said our relationships can only be either reciprocally cooperative or mutually damaging. Kofi Annan, the former Secretary General of the UN, was describing this metamorphosis as a period of problems without borders. A number of conventional national security experts today, like Michael O'Hanlon, describe this shift from the 4+1 threats that we used to have, which would have been China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and terrorism, to a new 4+1, which he describes as bio war disease, cyber, nukes, climate, and domestic divisions. So I have my own view, as you might expect, and what I'd like to offer is 6 guideposts that will then lead to 6 practical ideas. My first is that I think we're living in a period of mutual assured destruction. MAD, the way that's synthesized, was the description that we had for nuclear warfare. The reason that people would never pursue a nuclear war is that it guaranteed their own destruction. So it was a war of suicide. I happen to believe that almost every one of today's major issues is now a MAD concern. So it's not just nukes, but it's also climate, it's terrorism, it's cyber, it's conflict, it's trade, it's health, and it's more. So if we decide to use our cyber warfare to do something in North Korea, it's not long before anybody from a North Korean teenager to an active member of their government can come along and knock out 16 hospitals around New York City if they so choose. So the consequences today seem more personal. It's not just that your flood insurance is going up if you happen to live on the coast, but obviously the entire COVID phenomena has shown us just how complicated this can be on a personal level. So the interdependence is growing, and groups such as One Shared World, with its own declaration of interdependence, are springing up and signing up a couple million people in short order because there is a growing recognition, although not a full acceptance, of this phenomena of our time. The second guidepost that I would use is that the US and a few other nations still enjoy preferential status in a range of world bodies, from the UN to the World Bank, et cetera. And these are resented as entitlements. And many times it has led us and other preferential countries to cut corners. Now, in most every negotiation that I was involved with at the State Department and at AID, the US is a key negotiator and a key contributor to a range of issues, though we never join the eventual treaties or agreements, and which is really ironic because our practices often exceed the international standards that we have just helped to negotiate. That obviously has to change. The third guidepost that I would offer is that we must cultivate what I consider silenced majorities. The vast majority of the world is under 25 and happens to be female. These are 2 groups that have been effectively silenced in important decision making. And we've got to find a way to bring them forward if we're going to ever have a foreign policy that is driven by putting people first, that respects local voices, and that is committed to finding catalytic ways versus full-scale interventions. So many people are saying, not just in our country, but in virtually every country on earth today, that we are being left out, and we have to naturally prevent that from happening if we want to see a stronger citizen-led change of systems in our world. And I think it starts with youth and women. Fourth, I would say that our large institutions must practice asymmetric approaches and become more agile. It doesn't make sense to build a $700 million embassy in Baghdad when we don't have 700 Americans who could function in the language and wisely in the culture in a place like Iraq. We know, a very basic standard that would keep us out of an awful lot of conflicts would be if we required that we know at least 100 local people before we send a single a soldier. That doesn't mean that we send soldiers when we know 100 people, but it means that we recognize our great deficiencies in understanding these societies as we line up our many resources and our capacity to disrupt what might be a conflict, but can also complicate the situation. Fifth, I would like to say that I think we have to increase our sensitivity to personal and societal trauma. When I worked in Rwanda, after the genocide there, there was an absolute requirement that you start every conversation with a full recognition of the genocide that had just taken place. And if you didn't do that, there really wasn't a conversation to be had. But these traumas define places of violence and conflict, and we must internalize that reality. Our approaches must be grounded in respect. Keep Aretha Franklin in mind as you're approaching these places. Yes, we can build trust and hope, but we cannot solve problems for others. But building trust and hope starts with understanding what they have gone through. I remember working in Haiti, where the little priest Aristide, who was elected president a couple of times, in his first campaign, he had what I thought was one of the most effective political slogans that I had ever heard, and it was just gobbled up by his Haitian audiences, which lacked any tangible sophistication. He said that his promise was to take Haiti and Haitians from misery to poverty with dignity. And that, I think, is sort of captures both a recognition of the traumas people have been going through, but also doesn't overpromise. So it's not our job to build shining cities on a hill. Those must be self-built. But we can expand the basic freedoms of speech, assembly, and movement as foundations that will allow people to really move forward. And the final guidepost that I'd like to offer is that we have to get to know these places much better. And that doesn't mean one or two taxi drivers or the ministers of three national departments. It really means spending the time on the ground all over a country to get beyond our rather superficial descriptions of these places as religious wars or ethnic wars or tribal wars, or I've heard virtually every interpretation, but these are witches' brews that have been stirred usually by a male coven, and we have to spend a lot more time understanding them. So those are some of the guideposts that I try to use. And what I'd like to do next is to offer 6 ambitious ideas that will engage the U.S. public in a very approachable, practical way. They're not huge ideas, but I think they still are ambitious but achievable. The first one I'd like to offer is that we have to open up the U.S. government. So we have to cut down on official secrets and classifications by 95%. You can't have a public engaged in something that they don't understand and can't see. And right now in Washington, we have over 3 million people who have secret clearance, and they're supposed to be keeping billions of secrets. My personal experience is that 2 people can barely keep one secret for a week. So it's a system that's fundamentally flawed, but it's also one that suggests that the American public should not really be in control. The second idea I'd like to offer is that we have to focus U.S. assistance on the world's youth and women. And we have to make these populations our thematic and investment targets. And I think within that idea, we can do an awful lot of the programming that we have, but there hasn't been a thematic coherence to U.S. assistance in a long time. And I think it would put us on the side of history which I believe is where we want to be, especially since we don't spend that much money in the space. Third, I think we have to build a peaceful future with China. That if this century is going to be peaceful, the United States and China are going to have to make that happen, and it's not going to be easy. But I would start with just a very simple, practical idea, which is that we should have a high school exchange program between every US high school and every Chinese high school. Just the simple appearance of Americans in a variety of places all over China at a youthful age when they're not pure agents of propaganda, and the same here in the United States, is something that I think will capture the imagination of local communities. Fourth, I think we have to develop joint TV, radio, social media initiatives within the US and with other nations to address these mad issues, whether it's climate, conflict, disease, or cyber. We have to give people a sense of hope that our actions will matter. And the best way to do that is to start with 3 things that we can all do better. We know that there are personal initiatives that each of us can take, rather than assuming there has to be some central diktat that's going to tell us how we're going to change how we're going to address these issues. Fifth, I'd say we have to reduce the dominance of our militaristic approach. And a very practical way of doing that, I believe, would be to start with the appropriations hearings that take place every year for the Department of Defense, the Department of State, and for our intelligence community. I believe that the Secretaries of Defense, State, and the head of our intelligence communities should make joint appearances before the appropriators in Congress. That's one way that we start to get a broader view rather than a pipeline model that we have right now, where basically everybody fights for their own, and then they try to get a little bit more than they got the prior year. And finally, I think we've got to make a huge investment in expanding our knowledge of others. And I would like to start by calling upon the millions of Americans who have served overseas as soldiers, as diplomats, as nonprofit volunteers, to become local community ambassadors all over the United States. It's hard to find a resource like that in most countries. We have it. We think of ourselves as being relatively ignorant, and there's evidence of that, but we also have this incredible resource of people who have served and who are not called upon in any way to continue to update their fellow citizens about what's going on. So these are just a few ideas. It's just a start. I think, Richard, your ambition is absolutely spot on and worthy of all the discussion you've had. I'd like to finish off by just reading sort of my closing 2 paragraphs of my book, because it does capture how I feel and what I think we need to do to mobilize our citizenry. If we start with a core respect for the people of a place, recognize their wrenching human experiences, and accept that our role is to believe in their potential, the United States will be a more effective peace builder. Trust, the border of societies will grow and we will all be safer. America will help to expand the peace. That's my ambition. And thank you for this invitation today, Richard.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Barton. Frederick, you have given us a whole dimension of what it means to build on our humanity and to open ourselves to the humanity of other peoples. And it's a wonderful link also to what Dr. Bennett was talking about.
Yeah, that's on that. Thank you.
And I want to invite Dr. Bennett to turn on her camera and microphone also. And I see Thor Hogan is also here, who's going to speak today. He could turn on his camera and microphone if he likes, and also Michael Maccabee, who's going to speak tomorrow. And so we can really open up this Q&A with Ambassador Barton. Who would like to jump in with the first comment or question?
I'm certainly going to remember. Let me see if I'm unmuted.
No, you're on.
Okay. I'm certainly going to remember the phrase conflict tourism.
There's a parallel phrase that's refugee tourism, by the way.
It's sort of ironic since none of us can travel anywhere.
Right.
Ambassador, I just have to say that your 6 ambitious ideas have galvanized my attention here today. It's at the heart of so much of what I am leaning on. You know, one of the things that Ambassador Chowdhury, UN ambassador from Bangladesh, always said in all the years that he worked very closely in that circle, he said the only money that we ever spent that produced a result, the only, was money invested in women. Mm-hmm. And that bared true. I continue to check that out in the circles at the UN. But what I was left with is this other piece that I think you almost say, especially in your last comment, is that there's an opportunity for all of us as citizens of the world, citizens of our nation included, to be ambassadors, to be emissaries. Yeah. And what are we emissaries of? Well, the great peace, the common endeavor. And these I see as really not only the investment in youth and women and your incredible idea of building a formidable, healthy relationship with China. It's just so grounded in the realities of the numbers. It also faces we as humans, as a part of nature. Let us look at the Earth metrics here. So we're looking at population and capacity here of 2 nations. And we are in that place where often when I sit, I say, I just don't know how we can continue to be nation states with the number of concerns we need to be working on together. So this idea of such alliances, not only do you suggest that in the relationship with China, and I see that China, we could also be very much after the work of restoration and regeneration, that if we could create an alliance in that way of the earth itself, that could be a wonderful rally call. But I like where you started. I want it to be a tad more ambitious because of our realities of climate. Right. You just brought so much. And I will take up all of our time if I go through all the juice in your ideas. But I hope to add something favorable by Friday.
Well, thanks, Mara. The nice thing about having a listener like you is that you've improved on most everything I said. So thank you for that. It makes me, you've elevated me. There's something that I'd like to share that apparently when Condi Rice was Secretary of State, she was visiting China and visiting one of our consulates, and we have very few consulates around China. And she said, shouldn't the United States have a consulate in every Chinese city over 1 million people? Which which is a really good idea. But somebody that pointed out to her, Secretary Rice, there are 170
Right.
cities, and just to get 3 or 4 more consulates open, then they would want to open more in the United States, and we would resist it. So the negotiation over opening these consulates would basically negate the idea. But it's a good idea. It makes sense. I mean, these consulates don't have to be fortresses. They don't have to require a Marine Guard. They don't have to. We don't have to go on as much as we do. There has to be a certain acceptance of risk. So I really love your phrase, Myra, which you used, the common endeavor. I think that's a great phrase, and I wish I had it myself first.
Well, the other thing, Ambassador, that you have here, though, when you speak of high school exchange, the reality is, in my belief, the way I'm holding it, the way I'm seeing it, and I saw this in Bhutan firsthand, that is a part of the infrastructures of peace we need.
Right.
That as we are in our education as humans, the infrastructure for peace can begin right then. And so that doesn't have to be the normal idea of a consulate. We just need to broaden what we see as a part of the infrastructure of peace.
Exactly. And I think one of the things that is true for what Georgette was saying, and a lot of what I was saying, is that the size of America makes the digestibility of these ideas, if you decentralize things and you don't have to have a totally centralized bureaucratic approach to them, quite manageable. I mean, it's not hard to think of every high school in America having one more student. I know our high school here in Boothbay Harbor could stand to have one more student. If the person was a good field hockey player or something, that would be even better. But that's usually what happens. I mean, that's my memory of high school, that when we had a good soccer team, it's usually because we had an exchange student from Peru or something like that. So anyway, there's a digestibility. Size makes it easier than a country of just a few million people where handfuls can change something. Here, it's both harder, but it's also more digestible.
I noticed, if I could just invite Professor Thor Hogan, who I see is in the room. If you have any comments or questions, you're going to speak later, but please.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much. Ambassador Barton, it was really a fascinating talk. And one thing that struck me as I was listening to your points, I'm a policy scientist, and one of the things I really enjoyed was that you're not just sort of suggesting problems, but real tangible solutions. And I think that's fantastic. It's a thing that I'm often trying to get my students to focus not just on sort of identifying problems, which is hard, but compelling, but also to really talk about, what are ways in which we can solve these problems and move us forward. That being the case, one of the things that I talk a lot about in my classes, and I'm an Americanist, and I'm mostly teaching American politics classes and classes on public policy, but we talk a lot about sort of American exceptionalism, which I think is at the heart of what you're discussing. And one of the things that really strikes me is that when I'm walking through, a healthcare system or an education system or climate solutions, that most of what I'm looking at is great ideas from abroad and ways that other countries are finding solutions to some of the challenges that are facing us. And yet I think that probably everybody on today would agree that American exceptionalism has gotten to a place where we're really not willing to sort of reach out to the rest of the world and to grasp on those ideas, despite the fact that, some of the most successful, at least economic countries of the last quarter to a half century have really been defined by their willingness to go abroad and learn from other countries and then sort of bring those ideas back to their home countries and sort of figure out what works within their political and social culture. And so I guess my question is, how do you think we can overcome some of those the sort of challenges of American exceptionalism and convince the American people, but maybe even just convince members of the United States Congress that, looking abroad for ideas is not a sign of weakness, but instead an incredible sign of strength?
Yeah, I think, thank you. I think it's really important. I think some of the American exceptionalism is both a conceit and an insecurity, which oftentimes those two things go together. The more boastful you are, the deeper your insecurities seem to be. And I do think that when we came out of the second Bush administration, that's when I went to the UN in New Our So I was an ambassador during the first few years of the Obama administration, and I found that that our attitude, and the State Department's attitude, was a little bit of, we're back, and just not being Bush, just not being George W. Bush was enough. And of course it wasn't. I mean, what people really wanted was our creativity, our ideas, our kind of rambunctious America. And so knowing what other people like about you should be part of it, rather than your sense that there's inherent greatness in me. So that is a recipe for a sort of a static approach to things. I don't know how you are, but when I get up in the morning and I look in the mirror, I don't think it's that great a sight. I realize I've got to do something today to get better. And I think that's a fair attitude for everybody. And it's probably pretty close to the way most people feel. There's Joe Namath made a career by saying, I can't wait to get something, but I can't wait to get up every morning to see how good I look. But that's really the exception. So what do people like about the United States? They like our creativity. They like our risk taking. They like our inclusion. So let's feature our top qualities. Just to get back to one more experience I had around 2007, I was on a thing called the Smart Power Commission, and so I went around the United States. I went to 4 critical early political states: South Carolina, New Hampshire, Iowa, and Minnesota, and just talked to about 250 people. And I asked people the first question I asked everybody was, how do you think the United States is seen in the world? And the response was arrogant. That one word, arrogant. So I was speaking in Houston, and I had an audience of about 300 people, and I said, I've had this experience. What is the one word that you think I've heard most often? And about half the people in the room simultaneously said arrogance. And they didn't say that with pride, obviously. I mean, it's not a word that you could claim that you feel good about. So I think it's just that modesty. I mean, the great beauty of having all the advantages we have as a country, and I think we are advantaged, but not exceptional unless we prove it. But we have huge advantages. And one of them is that people actually invite us into the room to help solve problems. I mean, that's because there's an expectation that the United States will bring ideas. And if we don't have ideas, we're pretty well dead. So it's not going to be enough to not be Trump. We're going to actually have to offer ideas. And I think I feel as if we are, although there's a slow acceptance of them right now. We've gotten ourselves into a very deep hole. I was born in Argentina, and I think that from Perón on, that's a country that's been on about a 60-year decline. And I think we've got to be a heck of a lot more vigilant about our trend line right now, which is not positive. So doesn't answer your question, but I hope it throws something into the mix. One thing I did want to say is that I always enjoy the backgrounds, and you have, Thor, you seem to have a whole bunch of globes in your background. I like the Dalai Lama and Lincoln, I think, side by side there in Richard's world. That's a good combination. So anyway, those are all people who featured ideas and who were comfortable with risk. And that's being willing to be wrong. One of the real problems in my business, the foreign policy business, is that it's kind of an elite field like nuclear physicists or brain surgeons. And so everybody rushes to the middle to sound reasonable, when in fact, to have good ideas, you've really got to come from a variety of places and be open to that.
Yeah. Go ahead. I saw Georgette was about to speak. Go ahead.
Right, but I spoke before, so maybe we'll let Winslow speak and then I'll speak afterwards.
Okay, Winslow.
No, I just wanted to recall a wonderful documentary. It's my favorite Michael Moore film, where he goes abroad and finds all these wonderful things that we ought to incorporate into our own country. The one that I remember is there's apparently the French have their entire medical record on a plastic card, and you just go to the doctor and he sticks it in the computer and sees your whole story. And then there was a marvelous, I think, a Norwegian prison where were some really bad actors in this prison, but they were allowed, they were humanized and allowed to rehabilitate themselves and learn. And it was just idea after idea, including a French cafeteria in a public high school that just served wonderful French food. We can definitely learn from others.
Just to back that up, one of my closest friends in college and afterwards is a fellow named Tom Stemberg, and he founded Staples, which was a pretty successful idea that he had, and that he obviously made a lot of money developing. But he started in the grocery business when he was an undergraduate and a graduate and an MBA student. He worked for Star Markets, and he loved working on the floor and with the actual food and with the produce guys and the butchers and whatnot. But he was known for being a huge innovator in the American grocery business. And so he was the person who brought generic food to our shelves. And guess whose idea that was? The French. So he had grown up, some of his growing up had been in Austria after his father died when he was 12. And so he was open to the ideas of, he would steal a good idea from anybody. So it's not like, and it's not that you're just stealing an idea, you're taking it and you're popularizing it and you're making it conventional. So he'd be on the Today Show talking with Betty Furness about the value of generic foods and how you could save money. And he joined the Whip Inflation Now efforts of the Nixon presidency by actually showing when there were totally arbitrary price increases without any economic reason. He put that on the grocery shelves. Now, those ideas were not all his by a long shot, but he also popularized them and took them places. So.
Can I just say really quickly that, I think that's somewhat indicative of the fact that the free market system seems much more willing to go abroad for great ideas. And yet it's something that we see much less of in sort of our governmental system. And so, it'd be nice to see sort of that entrepreneurial spirit being translated from the business world into the provision of public services in fundamental ways.
So Thor, let me give you kind of a fascinating, anytime I spoke to more than 10 people at the State Department, I would give them what I called a virtuous scale test. And at both ends of the virtuous scale are good things. So native caution was at one end, and American creativity or was at the other end. And I would ask people, where do you think the State Department sits? Our institution, where are we on this American ingenuity versus native caution scale? 95% of the people said right up against native caution. That is the dominant culture of the State Department in our country. And the other 5% of the people said it was beyond native caution, wasn't even on the scale. So nobody said that American ingenuity was at play. So on the other hand, I found great receptivity to offering different ways to do things. And also just been saying, look, if that's a problem, I understand that I'm going to have to appear before the United States Senate and probably have a very unpleasant day or two explaining why I did it. So for example, we wanted to pay the Aleppo police. Now, why did we want to pay the Aleppo police? Because we wanted to keep about 3,000 people who had defected from the Assad regime and who were there maintaining a semblance of public order on the street for about $150 a month. Now, guess what the response? We did that for about 3 months, and then we got a letter from our legal people saying, what if any one of these people is a terrorist? And I said, look, I'll take the chance that 5 of these 3,000 police are terrorists, because I don't think our $150 a month is going to really go that far. We're just keeping them there. Now, if we had taken them out to Jordan to train them, it would have been $10,000 a month, and that at least. And that was our standard approach. So, and we had the Danes and the British ready to pay, but the minute we backed off, they wouldn't pay, because then they would say, well, there's obviously something fishy. Now we got it back going again within a couple of months. But those are the kinds of practical, but also creative ideas that you're building off the locals, you're maintaining the ownership there. You're not saying you're going to make it all better, but you are making it much better.
Let me just add a point. You notice that in the back there's a poster of the Dalai Lama. That's actually an ad from Apple Computer. Many years ago. This picks up on Dr. Hogan's point that it's the private sector that often is willing to look around the world for new ideas. That was before Buddhism became popular in the United States. They had this ad. It was called their Think Different ad. Yeah. So they even innovated on the use of language, because any English major knows it's think differently. So they said think different, and they had the Dalai Lama. Go ahead.
So Richard, one thing I would say is that an advantage that the private sector has is that you can get very, very, very rich if 1% of Americans decide to buy your product. But if with a public policy idea that you only have 1% support, you can be an embarrassment to your tribe. So, but you got to. There's a land in between, obviously, because people who have 1% of market usually want 45% of market, and people who have a really good idea, a good public policy idea today, it might well be the dominant majority, and we've seen that naturally in much of what we've discussed here.
So after hearing all of these comments, I have even more that I have to say, but I'm going to try to censor myself. So first, picking up on this idea of ingenuity. America used to be the leader, of course, in terms of ideas. And that is an area where we've now fallen behind. One of the groups with which I work is the Regional Plan Association, which covers, I'd say, the Middle Atlantic states, the New York metropolitan area, Connecticut, New Jersey, et cetera. And many of the infrastructure ideas, and they deal only with infrastructure, are coming from overseas. It's an area where the US used to be so far ahead of the game, and we're now so far behind. But we're now looking to London and Tokyo and a lot of the innovation that they're doing. So I think you're very right that we do have to look abroad for good ideas. Myra, you said something which triggered a thought that about nation states. that you don't see how nation states could tackle these issues, these big issues, the mad issues. One of the problems with nation states and mad issues is that the Peace of Westphalia, which in the, what is it, the 15th century, Frederick? I think it's the 15th century, was supposed to bring an end to these endless religious wars in Europe, the 30-year war and so on. But the problem is that it made the sovereignty of nation states more important than the welfare of the people who live within those nation states. And I think that model is one of the big causes of many of the problems that we face today, especially when it comes to human rights. Some other thoughts triggered. I resonate with so much of what you said, Frederick, but just a few random thoughts. In terms of conflict resolution and conflict transformation, the first step, I think this fits into what you were saying about building trust. And the first step in building trust is acknowledging the pain of the other and acknowledging the way in which we have hurt the other and the way that the other has hurt us. What you said about our ignorance about other cultures, I think nowhere is that ignorance greater than in the realm of religious literacy. And we have ignored that in our training of diplomats. We've ignored it at our peril. Had we had religious literacy, then I think the whole Iranian Revolution would have worked out very, very differently. But we were just not tuned in to that dimension. And what you were saying about mobilizing youth, I'm trying now to read my scribbles because I was writing so fast as you were speaking. I think the whole idea of universal national service is a way to tap into that. The fact that only 1% of our population is in a field that compels service, namely the military, is really a disgrace in a democracy. We really need to find ways for the entire youth population, which eventually grows into our adult population, to be involved in some form of mandatory service. It does not have to be the military. That also would solve a lot of our problems with segregation, our problems of diversity, our problems of not understanding each other, because people would be working together. It's that contact and communication that I spoke about in my remarks. So they are exposed to each other and working together on joint projects. And there is no better way to create unity and harmony than that. Now, let me see if I had other scribbles here. Soft power. You spoke, Frederick, about how our approach is overly militaristic. Everything that we invest in the military and military bases. And I totally agree with that. I think we have a lot to learn from China about the exercise of soft power and also the abuse of it that comes later on. You know, the whole Belt and Road Initiative, which has been a very, very clever way to ally countries with China through economic dependence and development in those countries. Now, of course, we see that that soft power is turning into hard power. I'll stop now, even though I have so much more to say. We have to talk offline.
Well, thank you. I mean, obviously you paid phenomenal attention, and I really love all your ideas. The very first op-ed I ever wrote was in the LA Times, was when I was about to be drafted into the U.S. military in 1971, and it was about a universal national youth corps. So I really do like the idea still. I don't think it probably should be federally run, because I think it would take too much effort. I mean, it's not going to be easy to place 10 million or plus people, but I love the idea. Getting back to the American ingenuity question, because a lot of what you're calling for, Richard, in this conference is renewal of our American ingenuity. And I was lucky enough once to go to a lecture by Bernard Balin, the famous Harvard historian, at the Kennedy Center, and I think it was the National Humanities Lecture, and he chose kind of a devilish subject, which was where does American creativity come from? And what was devilish about it was that he had come to the center of American political power, and his thesis was that creativity came from the provinces, and he used the founders as the example of that, showing how unsophisticated in every way they were compared to the London elites. Now the American elites are probably more dominant than any others right now in the sort of the world of thought. But what happens is you get successful, you get you have a product that works, or whatever it happens to be, and you do then stick to it probably longer than you should. The Ford family is a classic example of that. They go through boom and bust every decade because they get stuck on their idea longer than they should. But he then went. He showed pictures of Benjamin Franklin, who was considered a dandy of the times in the colonies, but he looked like a street merchant compared to the dandies of London. They showed the mansions of England compared to our mansions. Everything, the artwork, everything was so much more refined. But the creativity, the big bold ideas, the challenges were coming from these people who did not think that power came from God directly to a royal or whatever it happened to be. And it was so I don't think we have to feel unhappy about the fact that the world is full of good ideas right now, but we've got to be much more eager to adapt, and to push ourselves where we're not, because I think, for example, our skateboarders are among the most creative people on earth right now. Now that's we haven't interpreted the value of that yet, and actually, when you go to the Olympics, you see the Japanese even got people who are out being more creative than us in this space. So I don't think we have to be insecure about it, but we've got to be much more acquisitive. And I think there are lots of other things. I do think, Georgette, to your point about sovereignty, they used to say that patriotism was the last defense of scoundrels. I think sovereignty may have overtaken it. And so again, all these artificial things, and just finally on religion, it might still be relevant. I did a study when I was in the think tank world called Mixed Blessings from the CSIS in Washington. When we looked at how the U.S. government deals with religion in conflict places, and the answer was, as you suspected, Georgette, bare awareness was probably a fair description. So lots of provocations. Thank you, Georgette, for being such a rich contributor. And by the way, my Princeton students are spectacular. I mean, for those of us who worry about creativity and they're a little bit too successful, so they might be inclined to move to the middle, but there's always somebody who's willing to provoke and challenge. And we've got to give a lot of space for that.
Let me just say, we did get a question coming online.
Right.
This is from my dear college roommate, who is a retired law dean in Oklahoma City,
Right.
Larry Hellman. His wife, by the way, Gay, works with immigrants to Oklahoma. Larry writes a question in terms of the high school exchange idea that you had, Frederick. He says such programs were encouraged, at least at college students and faculty level, by the Chinese Ministry of Education prior to Xi.
Right.
Xi didn't like the outlook towards openness and liberty these people brought back. I believe he ultimately prohibited the faculty visitors from talking about what they learned while away. And Larry's question is, will Congress engage in this proposal, which is very promising?
Well, I'm always, I feel if you have 5 or 10 champions in the Congress, you have a debate. I mean, you have something that's going to happen. And, but you have to start with those champions. And there are clearly that many people in the United States Congress who have passports and who have been involved in their own experiences, either directly or through their children, probably their grandchildren. And of course, so many American universities and institutions of higher learning are dependent on foreign students right now. So the policies of the last few years really threaten many of these smaller liberal arts colleges that economically they're not at a good point with the demographics of the American college population dropping. So there are a lot of reasons to do it. Now, I do think for a whole nother discussion, I do think we're a bit trapped in our current model of capitalism. There needs to be a renewal of capitalism as well. And you can see that these college campuses have really succumbed to either the big donor or the financial limitations that they have. And that's cutting back in their freedoms in a very telling way. But I think we could get the debate going, and that's why I loved your idea of starting and holding this on Capitol Hill, because in theory those are the people's representatives, and the fact that they've all become octogenarians and are not as close to an octogenarian myself. I don't want to sound like an ageist, but I do think that a mix of ages is a good thing.
Yes, very good. We're going to continue this very rich and stimulating dialogue in the panel that follows our next speakers. So let me now move. Everybody, please, who are currently in the Zoom room, please stay. So I'm very happy to introduce another Mainer, Winslow Myers, who's been an active participant in these discussions over the past couple of days, is going to speak on nuclear weapons and our ideal future. Winslow is an art teacher, but most importantly, a painter, a lifelong painter, who does beautiful work that I may see behind him, I'm not sure. He's a peace activist, an amateur scholar, a sailor, and a hiker. Winslow Myers was born in 1941, so he is slightly older than the atomic age. He grew up on the Maine coast. After earning 2 undergraduate degrees in humanities studies from Princeton and in painting from Boston University, he finished his graduate work in fine arts painting at Queens College and taught studio art and art history at various schools and colleges in Massachusetts and Rhode Island, while being an active painter. At the same time, he volunteered for the nonprofit educational foundation Beyond War, served on its board, and wrote a book encapsulating its philosophy, Living Beyond War, A Citizen's Guide. After retiring from full-time teaching in 2005, he returned to Maine, where he serves on the board of the Coastal Senior College and is an active member of the local Rotary Club. He has published over 140 opinion editorials online and in print, the majority of them on the prevention of war. His monograph on his teacher, the Canadian-American painter Walter Tandy Murch, was recently published by Risola International in 2020. Winslow.
Thanks, Richard. And kudos to your tenacity and patience. So greetings, everyone. I'm up here about 10 miles away from Rick. The leaves are changing color here, reminding us how gorgeous and precious our world is. And all this, all that we love, could be destroyed in a nuclear war lasting half an hour. But I fear the reaction to that last sentence from most Americans would be, oh boy, yawn. For far too many of us, the danger of nukes seems like a back burner issue. But we never imagined COVID would happen either. Our apocalyptic fantasies center more around the climate emergency. There's a false sense that the nuclear age is already over, when in fact, the weapons are still there, around 13,000 of them in 9 countries. I offer my thoughts as an average citizen trying to apply common sense to a situation that has burst the bonds of common sense. Under present circumstances, it is difficult to envision a world without nuclear weapons. But in the 5 decades of my own involvement, I've never felt more hope. Advocating for abolition requires a clear conviction for why it is necessary. Some of you may know this story, but it can't be told too often. In October 1962, President Kennedy's generals were urging him to attack Soviet missile sites in Cuba. The assumption was that Soviet warheads were not yet in place, but remained on ships at sea. Hindsight revealed that the Soviets had already placed 164 nuclear weapons along with intermediate range missiles on Cuban soil. The shaky restraint on the American side was matched in a Soviet submarine off Cuba. American ships were dropping signaling mines on the sub, trying to get it to surface. The captain of the sub was unable to communicate with Moscow. He suspected that war might have already broken out. 2 officers urged the firing of a 10-kiloton nuclear torpedo at a nearby US aircraft carrier with 3,000 sailors on it. But Soviet rules for escalation required the agreement of all 3 commanding officers. One of them, Vasily Arkhipov, voted no less than a minute before the torpedo was to be launched. And he was only on the sub at all because he was hitching a ride to Cuba. The moral Secretary of State Rusk drew from the Cuban crisis, some of you may remember, was, we went eyeball to eyeball and the other side blinked. The real moral was that we have been playing pistol roulette with the fate of the earth. Cuba was a bullet in the chamber that miraculously misfired. In a telegram to world leaders 16 years before the Cuban crisis, Albert Einstein warned that the unleashed power of the atom has changed everything, save our modes of thinking, and we thus drift toward unparalleled catastrophe. Einstein was suggesting just the kind of deep revisioning we are trying to do here. The mere testing of the weapons has resulted in the presence of radioactive traces in the breast milk of every mother on the planet, both human and mammalian. And the medical community has told us they would be unable to respond to the devastation of a nuclear attack. And we have known since 1983 that as few as 100 detonations over cities would loft enough soot into the atmosphere to cool the planet for a decade, causing worldwide famine. Having thousands more warheads than our adversaries is worse than meaningless. One military response to nuclear winter has been, let's build smaller nuclear weapons. But that way, more madness lies, because smaller weapons make the nuclear threshold easier to cross, and they may be more vulnerable to theft by non-state actors. Former Secretary of Defense William Perry argues that nuclear war is more likely now than before the collapse of the Soviet Union, especially because of the danger of suicidal extremists acquiring a nuclear device. Or regional tensions could escalate, like those over Kashmir between India and Pakistan, who happen to be both nuclear weapon states. In Syrian airspace, the fighter jets of no less than 5 nuclear powers have been buzzing around each other. American nukes didn't stop Putin from annexing Crimea. They didn't stop 9/11, and they didn't stop the Afghan Taliban. Still, nuclear weapons are seen as an acceptable risk, a tragic necessity that presumably has postponed another global war for 3/4 of a century. But postpone is the operative word, because the global arms competition is not a stable state. While there is little we despise and fear more than a terrorist suicide bomber, the 9 nuclear nations rely upon a suicidal security system aptly named the balance of terror. We've ceded to our military leaders an impossible task. When Colin Powell was serving in Europe, what kept him awake nights was the possibility of having to use tactical nuclear weapons as the only way to stop Soviet troops as they fanned westward from the Fulda Gap. In the mother of all contradictions, deterrence requires that everyone's weapons, in order never to be used, must be kept ready for instant use, with no mistakes, forever. We are asked to overlook inevitable human and technological failures, like the Challenger, Chernobyl, or even the 737 MAX 8. No one wants nuclear war to happen, but we have set it up to happen. This is what the psychologists call learned helplessness. C.S. Lewis wrote that for evil to succeed, it must disguise itself as good. Deterrence and nuclear war prevention are assumed to be the same thing, but they are not. The good of nuclear deterrence is the evil of nuclear war waiting to happen. Double standards have not been helpful. We assume our nukes are good because we are good, and theirs are bad because they are bad. This hypocrisy is animated by the universal phenomenon of projection. What we cannot accept in ourselves, deviousness, will to power, greed, secrecy, security at all costs, we make into attributes of our adversaries that justify mass killing. While we rightly decry the hyperviolence of ISIS, the American hyperviolence against civilians with napalm in Vietnam was justified because God was on our side against the domino effect of godless world communism. We demonize a country like Iran, forgetting that in 1953, the United States colluded with Britain to overthrow Iran's duly elected government, creating bad karma that continues to this day. A riveting new documentary covering these events called Coup 53 is definitely worth a look. While projection is a universal phenomenon, having enemies has become too big a part of the American identity. I really liked what Rick said about establishing relationships with China, because I fear that if terrorism backs off or Russia backs off, China is going to become the new one. We seem to need enemies to justify our assumption that we are exceptionally good. Our cruelties at Abu Ghraib reminded us how easy it can be to end up resembling what we despise. More American soldiers in the Iraq and Afghanistan campaigns have been lost to suicide than to combat. That's an amazing statistic. It's impossible to get our arms around that much pain. James Monroe warned us back in 1821 not to, quote, go abroad in search of monsters to destroy. In Pogo's well-worn but unforgettable words, we have met the enemy and he is us. Literally us in the case of the climate emergency. In the case of adversaries, we share in common with them our exceptionalist nationalism, our over-reliance on purportedly fail-safe technology, and a common fate in nuclear or environmental apocalypse unless we change. We're still a young country, just beginning to come to terms with the connections that the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. drew in 1967, just before he died, during the Vietnam War, between our racism, our militarism, and our materialism. Of course, when I say we're a young country, I mean the entity that emerged from the revolt against the British. By way of a bow to Davidica, Little Spotted Horse, who will be speaking this afternoon, I was reminded yesterday by my scientist brother that Native American fish weirs were unearthed in Boston that date back to 6000 BCE. In that sense, our country is not so young. Anyway, not only America, but much of the global community clings to narrow, fear-based ideas of self-interest that are rapidly becoming obsolete by way of the global climate emergency and all the challenges, including pandemics, that no nation can solve alone. The common good is now planetary, as Davidica's people have always known. To flourish, maybe even to survive, America needs to expand its vision of self-interest to what's good for the planet. Such an immense shift obviously goes deeply against the American grain. We will have to modify our imperial fantasies, including full spectrum dominance. Can ordinary citizens move the lever of international events toward a different vision of self-interest? During the anxious 1980s, I was privileged to be part of a group of citizen activists in an NGO called Beyond War. Political and military leaders on both sides of the Iron Curtain had boxed themselves into having to make fateful nuclear launch decisions within absurdly short timeframes. Beyond War had sponsored a joint appearance by Carl Sagan and the distinguished Soviet scientist Sergei Kapitsa at the UN to warn about nuclear winter. 80 ambassadors attended. For many, it was an eye-opener. The Wall Street Journal wrote a scathing op-ed asserting that Beyond War was a naive dupe of the KGB. Nevertheless, we persisted. With the State Department's encouragement, we reached out to counterparts in the Soviet Union in order to organize a seminar for high-level Soviet and American scientists on accidental nuclear war. At our citizen-created conference, the team hammered out a series of papers that became the first book published simultaneously in the US and the USSR. Mikhail Gorbachev read it, but perhaps most importantly, the Soviet and the American scientists became lifelong friends. And as we know, at the Reykjavik summit in 1986, Gorbachev and Reagan astonished their advisors by openly considering total nuclear abolition. But this tantalizing possibility went unrealized when Reagan and Gorbachev couldn't agree whether a hypothetical American defensive shield designed to shoot down Soviet ballistic missiles would be a genuine shift beyond mutually assured destruction or just another tactical move in the race to oblivion. At least Gorbachev and Reagan went on to sign the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty, greatly reducing East-West tensions in Europe. Thank God for treaties and diplomats. How wonderful it is that there are only 9 nuclear powers out of 200-odd nations. How wonderful that Russian and American diplomats could work together on the Iran nuclear deal. At the same time, the two countries were in conflict over other issues like the Ukraine. The role of Beyond War among the many efforts to end 50 years of what might now be called the First Cold War may have been significant, or they may have been vanishingly small. But either way, they were citizen-based, an example of what Assistant Secretary of State Hal Saunders has called, quote, the public peace process. How much of Beyond War's kind of creative citizen activism will it take? I'm encouraged by the work of the researcher Eric Chenoweth of Harvard, who has studied 323 violent and nonviolent campaigns for change. Overall, nonviolent campaigns were twice as likely to succeed as violent ones. An especially hopeful indicator is that she found if only 3.5% of a population actively engaged in a nonviolent action, their campaign succeeded. Think of the Marcos situation. Millions went into the streets in Europe in the early 1980s, and it made a difference. Now, the percentage of American citizens actively advocating for nuclear abolition may be lower than 3.5%, but among them are some heavy hitters. Some years after the Wall Street Journal mocked Beyond War's initiatives, it published a number of op-eds written by Kissinger, Shultz, Nunn, and Perry, none of them idealistic doves, arguing that nuclear weapons are worse than useless. As if speaking directly to our conference, they wrote, reassertion of the vision of a world free of nuclear weapons and practical measures toward achieving that goal would be perceived as a bold initiative consistent with America's moral heritage, end quote. It would also be consistent with America's immoral heritage. To lead on abolition would be a giant step toward expiating the sin of our unnecessary use of nuclear weapons on Japan that Gara Horowitz has documented. Now, there have been moments when America has led on creative nuclear disarmament. A remarkable precedent was the non-Lugar Threat Reduction Initiative in the 1980s and 90s, a bipartisan achievement that would be very difficult to pull off in today's political climate. The project resulted in the disassembly of 7,000 nuclear warheads in the territories of the now former Soviet Union. And that is more than half of all the nuclear weapons deployed in the world at present. Another signpost that we might be lucky enough to survive the nuclear pandemic is the passage into international law last January of the United Nations Treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. So far, the US and the other 8 nuclear powers have refused to sign, even though the treaty is a global expression of the democratic spirit Americans profess to value, suggesting to me a different meaning to Jefferson's call in the Declaration for a decent respect to the opinions of mankind. And humankind's opinion has been measured. 70 to 80% of the world's people support this new treaty. So suddenly we have a powerful new leverage point for global change. It's past time to set up a high-profile international disarmament entity building upon the new UN treaty. This would obviously increase moral pressure on the 9 nuclear powers. Because nuclear weapons are a symptom of toxic masculinity, a generous mix of female experts will help. On average, men seem to be a little more fixated on winning, while women want to resolve conflicts in order to benefit the whole, which is exactly the kind of new mode of thinking that Einstein was talking about. We can begin by obtaining pleasures of no first use and no threats. When nations make nuclear threats, as Daniel Ellsberg has noted, we are all, in a real sense, using the weapons, leading to dangerous misunderstandings like the Cuban crisis. We can abandon the policy of launch on warning. Imagine a group of advanced aliens swooping in to take a look at our security arrangements. They'd think we were out of our minds. We can ensure robust control of the hundreds of tons of weapons-grade fissile materials on the planet, a dimension of the nuclear age that may be with us long into the future. Though we can dismantle the weapons, we cannot uninvent them, so vigilance is forever. We can allow unilateral moves, like Secretary Perry's excellent suggestion that America could safely retire all our aging land-based ballistic missiles with no loss of security. Don't let the best be an enemy of the good. Cutting the arsenals of the US and Russia back to the size of the present Chinese arsenal, though that one may be presently expanding, would be an example-setting accomplishment. And finally, maybe we should set aside a few big warheads to deal with an errant asteroid, one positive use of this power we have unleashed. So, the vision of abolishing nukes begs the question of what would fill the vacuum left by the end of nuclear deterrence. The Chinese recently ate democracy for breakfast in Hong Kong. What might happen to Taiwan? Is the abolition project itself dangerously naive, a good intention leading to unintended consequences? Whatever the risks, there are greater risks to continuing to drift downstream toward the waterfall ahead. Even serious conflict like the Taiwan issue requires negotiation on the basis of three fundamental assumptions. First, obviously, nuclear war is not a solution. Second, war of any kind is not something that anybody wants. And third, it will help to resolve our differences by focusing on what we can do together on issues like climate and meeting human needs. We're much less likely to have war with China if we know that 18,000 of our students are over there and the same amount of their students are over here. Even under existing United Nations structures, if the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, all nuclear powers, could agree to forego their weapons, a noble precedent will be set for them to work more effectively with each other to prevent smaller wars around the globe. Look at how our defeat in Afghanistan, perhaps at first delighting our 2 superpower rivals, in fact does negatively impact their interests along with ours, demonstrating that security for all on an ever-shrinking planet is a shared interest. What vision of our future is compelling enough to transcend balance of power rivalries and forever wars which recruit extremists quicker than they can be killed? Ethically, that would be the interdependent spirit of the Golden Rule, the practical linchpin of moral guidance that appears in all the world's major religions. Hila Hanif made reference to the Muslim version on Monday. You should desire for others what you desire for yourself, and hate for others what you hate for yourself. Deterrence, of course, is the perfect inverse of this. If you try to kill me, you will die trying. But as we know, the ecological interdependence of living systems demonstrates that the Golden Rule is a scientific principle as well as an ethical one. And the laws of environmental interdependency are fixed. The future belongs to the species that adapts to a constantly changing ecological landscape. And that landscape dictates the nature of the required change. no exceptions for any life form on Earth, including people. So does the climate emergency itself have the potential to break through narrow, fear-based self-interest to allow something new to emerge politically and economically? Climate is clearly going to be if not the major cause of future conflicts. Jonathan Schell pointed out that nuclear winter itself is a subset of the climate crisis. Security by nuclear deterrence could not be less relevant to these new pressures for change. One jaw-dropping statistic asserts that a mere 1 or 2% of global military spending could end starvation worldwide. Imagine the logistical power of the American military converted into meeting human needs directly. They already know how to do it, and they have done it in Haiti and elsewhere. They tried to do it in Afghanistan. For the best description of what a demilitarized security system might look like, there is no better organization than World Beyond War, a completely separate entity from my old outfit, the Beyond War of the 1980s. But World Beyond War is doing effective work to lay out a practical vision of positive peace. And I encourage everyone to check them out online. And applying expanded self-interest on the ground is already built in to the DNA of one of the largest NGOs on the planet, one that was born in America. Rotary International is a network of 1.2 million members in 34,000 clubs distributed across almost 200 countries, including China, embedded in mainstream networks of commerce and building friendship and mutual understanding. A significant number of Rotarians are encouraging Rotary's top leaders to endorse the United Nations Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Now, the Rotary leadership understandably is concerned that this would be partisan and therefore divisive, but surely the possible end of the world transcends partisanships. An endorsement by Rotary could be a tipping point for an idea whose time has come. My local club here in town, a solid mix of liberals and conservatives, voted in favor. A Peace Corps volunteer once wrote something that sounds new agey, but it speaks to our condition. Quote, "The earth is a sphere, and a sphere has only one side. We are all on the same side," unquote. For sure, we're all in the same leaky boat. Cynical inaction based in a pessimistic view of human nature is a cop-out. Midway between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv is a small village called Neva Shalom Wahat al-Salam, where Jews and Muslims have lived together in peace since 1978. It hasn't been easy for them, but they demonstrate a living model of all of us being on the same side. It takes just as much courage, patience, and mental toughness to get along as it does to fight, besides being way less expensive. We can also find useful models of generosity and interdependence on the cosmic level. For example, every second, the sun expends 400 million tons of hydrogen in an elegant nuclear fusion reaction without which our existence would not be possible. Unless we can capture it for peaceful purposes, 93 million miles away is where fusion ought to remain, not packed into warheads which can vaporize whole cities. On a small planet, all war has become civil war. Abraham Lincoln, while holding to his steely conviction that slavery was wrong, refused to demonize his Confederate adversaries. That combination of conviction and dogged inclusiveness helped save the Union and accelerated the process of emancipation. American citizens can help realize the vision of emancipating the world from nuclear weapons. Thank you.
Thank you, Winslow, for that powerful, moving vision of a peaceful world that you gave us with an unflinching eye on the dangers we face. You may have taken my voice away.
Well, I've taken my own voice away.
The wealth of information and history and perspective that you brought is extremely helpful. And your story of the citizen action of your group reaching out to our enemies in the Cold War and bringing together scientists, and how your effort just of ordinary citizens affected the leader of the Soviet Union, who brought those concerns to our somewhat militaristic leader, and they sat down together, and it had a tremendous effect. What an inspiring, hopeful story of what citizens can do based upon their serious concerns, not depending on our leaders, but acting in spite of what they may be arguing about each other. So let me recall that if anyone watching on YouTube wants to submit a question, please feel free and send it to Visioning a Better America, all one word, Visioning a Better America @gmail.com. And I see some of the other presenters in the Zoom room have turned on their cameras and unmuted their microphones, and please others do that also. And let's open the Q&A with Winslow, who I just want to point out, Ambassador Barton earlier referred to you as Ambassador Myers, which I thought was a wonderful slip of the tongue, but truthful nonetheless.
I'll take it.
Okay. Ambassador Barton, Frederick, you can unmute your, there you are. All right. Who would like to comment or ask a question first?
So I'd like to pick up on one part of your presentation, and ditto to everything that Richard said. I have one bone to pick with you, but that's not my comment. I think the description of Abraham Lincoln's views on slavery was overly simplified because he didn't come around to the abolition of slavery until much, much later. He didn't start out that way. But the ultimate outcome is the most important thing. What I wanted to pick up on, Winslow, was what you said about how we see the good in ourselves and the same thing as evil in somebody else. I think it's a very, very important point, and it's called group narcissism, in which one believes that one's own group holds a monopoly on truth and the monopoly on virtue, and views the rest of the world in apocalyptic terms, the children of light versus the children of darkness. And I think your description of how the US sees others in those terms is a very important insight, because it is what leads to dehumanization. Because if everybody else is bad, you're good, it's very easy to dehumanize them. And that usually happens with verbal violence, which then turns into physical violence. So that doesn't directly address the issue of nuclear weapons, but I think it addresses a much broader philosophical issue in terms of what leads us to violence and ultimately war.
Why do you make an exception for nuclear weapons?
No, I'm not making an exception at all. I'm just saying that my comment doesn't specifically address nuclear weapons. I'm just making a broader observation.
Yeah, no, because I think nuclear weapons are the ultimate product of projection.
Yes. I'm agreeing with you.
I'd like to respond to the comment of Georgette about Abraham Lincoln.
I knew you would.
Yes. I'm on the board of the Lincoln Group of DC, which is a citizen group. It's not the Lincoln Project. It's trying to deal with one of our parties. But the Lincoln Group of DC is 300 citizens who want to clarify and amplify and educate the American public about what Abraham Lincoln really believed and what he was doing. Abraham Lincoln believed from the time he was a teenager and took a boat of a flatboat down the Mississippi River to New Orleans when he confronted the slave mart there. He was appalled, and he told his cousin Dennis that if ever I get the chance to hit this, I'm going to hit this hard. And throughout his life, he was deeply opposed to slavery. Now, the question of when he became president and his apparent slowness to advocate emancipation was a question of his brilliant strategic intelligence. He knew exactly what he could do, when he could do it, and when he couldn't do things, and when he couldn't say things. He was always looking, as Frederick Douglass said, to put the sharp end of the wedge into openings, small openings, and try to move it further to make a greater opening where he could act. And when he felt he could act, Frederick Douglass said, he did hit it hard and open things up. So there is a misunderstanding about what he said and when he said it, what he did and when he did it.
Thank you, Richard. I am duly chastened.
Who else would like to comment to Winslow bringing us back? Yes, Frederick.
Yeah, and everybody should feel free to call me Rick. Frederick is usually the insurance people calling. So I'm quite flattered because it makes me feel more important. But Rick has worked so far, so either way, I will answer to either naturally. Winslow, thank you. I mean, that was really cogent and well organized and thoughtful, and I'm just kind of impressed by how many really good public intellectuals there are in our country, and I think we just have to we have to do more of this kind of thing because it's too easy to do it on our own and not really get that extra bit of refinement. So thank you, Winslow. I'm interested in the threat of the miniaturization of nukes. It seems to me that everything is getting smaller, and is that a real possibility? Because I could see people just bringing pieces in by backpack and blowing up a city, just about a city or a larger area, just about anywhere in the world. That's one. Maybe I could just list a couple of ideas of things that struck me. But that was one for sure. I think your point on the need for an enemy, I mean, that's something that has been consistent and or unstated in all of our remarks, and you've obviously given it some thought, so I'd love to hear more about that. I was very struck by the more soldiers lost to suicide than in Afghanistan and the Iraq wars, and I think the only soldiers we lost in Bosnia, and maybe Haiti, we had one shootout were from suicides. So obviously, and then we have the phrase that Georgette just repeated, the group, I think she repeated it, is the group narcissism. That's obviously a major threat. And so those are some of the points. I mean, you just made so many good points. And but those are something that struck me.
I think the miniaturization thing has already happened, in my understanding. I mean, nuclear weapons come in so many more forms than the average public thinks, including mines, artillery shells, of course. So that process is going to continue and complicate the whole process of getting rid of these things. And the word miniaturization, of course, can be carried to its ultimate extreme in the new idea of a killer drone that goes to an individual person and fires a bullet into their forehead somewhere. Interdependence has its dark side, which is that any weapon we invent or use is, with a lag time, eventually adopted by the other side. And my gripe about Afghanistan is, I mean, it's tragic because you do feel that there was an enormous effort made to bring about positive change, especially for women. But you just cannot win hearts and minds with one hand and Reaper drone people with the other. It doesn't work. It can't work. Anyway, those are my thoughts on miniaturization. I'd actually like to ask you a question, Rick. Just what if we had no nuclear weapons? What do you think North Korea would do? Anything?
I don't have an answer for you, but I do think that the moment that Gorbachev and Reagan had, or the brief period they had where they were talking about zeroing out nukes in Reykjavik, was one of the more fascinating and still probably undertold stories. I know that I worked for Ruud Lubbers for a short while he was the High Commissioner for Refugees, and he had been the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, and really the longest serving in history. But he was seen as a bit of a conservative. So Margaret Thatcher and Reagan both trusted him in a way they didn't perhaps other European leaders, and he was more committed to removing nuclear weapons than any other issue, including refugees. Really, I mean, that was his life's work. And he wrote about this desperate call that he got from Margaret Thatcher when it looked like Reagan might give up the nuclear advantage, and in Reykjavik, that saying to him, "You have to get Ronnie to stop." And he basically said, "Well, why would I want to do that? Because these tiny countries all over the world, I mean, they invest mightily in international agreements because they hope that they will contain countries like ours and the Chinese and the Russians. So they tend to be a bit more adventurous and willing to take the risks of things like that than we have been." The other thing that I have found interesting is so many retired U.S. military leaders, so many are much more positive about these ideas when they're retired than they ever were when they were serving, and that's we might be able to use that energy better than we do.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Could I just comment quickly, Winslow? When you talk about a nuclear winter, and you also use that wonderful metaphor of the sphere, the planet, and we have one side. I wonder if you and your colleagues beyond war, or whatever the community is called now, if you've reached out to the environmental community and to the organizations which are trying to preserve the planet through biophilic efforts like planting trees and stopping the pollution and all those things, where in fact it seems a natural unity between your two communities?
It's absolutely happening. And it's like, it's all one great big interconnected problem. The refugees that will come from climate change, the refugees that will come from war, what war will do to the environment, what we're doing to the environment, even without war, what the US military is doing to the environment. It's all just one great big interconnected thing. And the problem is to be like Dr. Bennett and pick a doable task and do it. I suspect Thor is going to talk more about what you just raised this afternoon. I hope he does.
Well, actually, yeah, I'll jump in right now with a sort of comment and maybe a question as well. Bringing sort of the idea of nuclear weapons and nuclear power to sort of an environmental perspective, I think is exactly where I wanted to take it. I'll say first that I loved your talk and found myself nodding along with most of it. Concerned as a sort of political and policy scientist a little bit with some of the assumptions about how sort of geopolitics might shift as a result of the full abolition of nuclear weapons. At the same time thinking, yeah, that's what we should be sort of seeking. And sort of the path from here to there is probably tricky, but worth pursuing, I think, as you suggest. One of the things I did think, and just as a professor, I tend to sort of go back to what my students are interested in these days. And one thing that I'm really struck by is how little they're interested in sort of the nuclear threat today. It's just not a topic that comes up in classrooms unless I bring it up for some reason. Similarly, terrorism for the current generation I'm teaching, that's different for the millennial generation, but for Gen Y, the sort of current generation that I'm teaching, even terrorism is really pretty far down their list of priorities. And it's one of these things where I have to constantly remind myself that they were born well after the end of the Cold War, and most of them were very young kids during sort of the 9/11 period and the beginning of the post 9/11 wars. And for them, this is the Cold War in particular, and the perceived threat or increased threat. I think you're absolutely right, but that probably the threat is in some ways more significant now than it was during the Cold War, but the perceived threat is not that. And so I just think it's quite interesting to figure out how to mobilize young people to take this threat seriously, given that it's really not very high on their priority list right now. But that's not really my question. My question is, and you gave a hint at it, but I'm curious as to where you would go with it, is the distinction between nuclear weapons and nuclear power. And as an environmentalist, as somebody who writes about energy policy and climate policy, one of the things that I'm particularly concerned about is how we transition from a dirty economy to a clean economy. And I think it's really difficult, actually, to get from the economy we have today to a cleaner economy without nuclear power. And probably it would be hard to do that without new nuclear power, not just the existing plants we have. As you were talking, I just looked up. I went to school in Worcester, Massachusetts, at Clark University, and in one of my first ever environmental policy classes, I visited the Seabrook Power Station in New Hampshire, not too far from where you guys are, and I was just looking up the statistics. 40% of New Hampshire's electricity, which is all greenhouse gas free emissions, come from that power plant. And yeah, so I'm not suggesting that at some point nuclear power might be off the table, as you suggest. We've got this big power source in the sun, and figuring out how to harness that better over the coming decades, I think, is going to be a huge priority, and already is a huge priority. But what do you think about the idea of sort of civilian nuclear power being important in the coming decades? And does that, do you think, make it more challenging to abolish nuclear weapons?
I don't know whether it makes it more challenging to abolish nuclear weapons. I only, first of all, by the way, my late wife was a professor at Clark, and we lived in Worcester for 30 years.
Oh my gosh, fantastic, fantastic.
I just, vis-a-vis nuclear power, it's what I read in the papers, and I see various technological innovations that give great promise in terms of safety, thinking about Fukushima and things like that. I have not yet seen, and I don't read everything, so how we're going to deal with the waste problem. My general, whether naive or not, my general hope would be for solar and wind and to de-emphasize nuclear. But we're in a real crisis here. And every time I do something like this around the environment, it's a throw everything at it thing. And I'm absolutely open to an engineer designing a safe, waste-free nuclear power plant. There's something about a thorium reactor and so on, but I don't pretend to be an expert on it.
Professor Thor, Hogan, is it the case that France gets a large percentage of its electrical power from nuclear?
Yeah, it's interesting. You raised France as a. I was actually thinking about this earlier. So for many years, I've over the summer taken groups of students and taught a class where we visit cities in throughout Europe, really, that are doing particularly interesting things on sustainability. And one of the cities we spend so kind of a majority of our time in is Freiburg, in sort of southwestern part of Germany, which is right on the French border. And it is really a fascinating place. It's an incredibly innovative city from a sustainability perspective, incredible use of wind power and solar power. One of the most important solar power research facilities is based in Freiburg. And they've got sort of really interesting hydropower, sort of micro hydropower things going on, building codes that are really fascinating. But they're in Germany. And Germany has made a decision back in the period after the Chernobyl accident to essentially decommission its nuclear facilities. And what's interesting about that is that Germany, despite really being at the forefront of transitioning to solar power and to wind power, actually hasn't decreased its overall emissions during the period where it made this huge investment and really spurred the global community to really bring down the costs of both solar and wind power. And the reason for that is because they were decommissioning their nuclear power plants at the same time. And the only way to basically keep their grid up, even though, 30-40% of the electrons in their grid were now from clean power, the only way to keep their grid going was to use coal. And Germany has a lot of coal, and they have a particularly dirty form of coal known as brown coal. And so at the same time that they were decommissioning all these nuclear power plants, they were basically increasing the amount of coal that they were using. France, right across the border, maintained its commitment to nuclear power and in some respects even expanded upon it. And they have been more successful, even though they haven't done quite as much with regard to integrating solar and wind power into their overall energy grid. They've actually had more success simply because they maintain such a large presence for nuclear power. Now, the United States is probably never going to be at France's level, and nor should we. There's no reason for us to go, something like 80 to 90% of all the electrons in their grid are from nuclear power. But I think that absolutely we should be thinking about using as Winslow suggested, sort of fourth generation nuclear power technologies to maintain at least the 20% of the electricity grid that's currently based on nuclear power, and probably expanding it a decent amount for maybe the first half, for the next half century, from my perspective. The problem with that is that, I think, as Winslow suggested, is that we don't really have those technologies yet. And one of the reasons for that is because we haven't really invested very much money as a nation in developing those technologies and really getting away from sort of the first and second generation technologies that are represented in a place like Seabrook, that I wouldn't say are dangerous, but they have more potential for catastrophic failure, and certainly they have more capacity to generate real waste. And so, yeah, so from my perspective, as again, as an environmentalist, it's kind of a weird place to put yourself, but I really do think that if you sort of add everything together and you figure out how are we actually going to be able to maintain sort of the national economy while also making this transition, that nuclear power probably has a pretty big role to play. Yeah, I liked Winslow's answer. I do worry about how this could complicate sort of the abolition of nuclear weapons is simply by figuring out how to convince people that the two things are really quite different. One is for a peaceful purpose that potentially saves the planet, and the other is the opposite of that, obviously.
Well,
I don't. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thor, I don't want to lose sight of the very important point that you made about perceived threat. I suspect I'm probably the oldest person on this panel, and probably not. Probably not.
Would you each now reveal your ages?
I already have. I was born in 1941. Do the math.
Oh, okay. And I already revealed mine. I said I was born in 1946. Okay, I'm the second oldest person. But Winslow and I will both recall how in the 1950s and going into the 1960s, how much focus there was on civil defense, on building nuclear shelters. The films that came out about nuclear winter, there was a film set in Australia, On the Beach, I think was the name.
That's the best one.
Yes, Hiroshima, Mon Amour, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So this was absolutely top of mind for us. I remember precisely where I was standing during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when Kennedy was being broadcast on speakers all over the place. I was walking down the street and I was stopped in front of a church which had its speakers on with Kennedy talking about what was happening. And, we were sure that we were on the cliff at that point. And my husband, he and his late wife spent the first 10 years of their marriage traveling. They weren't going to have children during those years. They said, we may as well see the world because it's all going to blow up. So there was this tremendous consciousness of the threat of nuclear bombs. Winslow, I'm sure you remember that too.
Well, the ironies of history are incredible, because if Kennedy had not gone through the Bay of Pigs, which was a disaster perpetrated on him by the intelligence and the military, he would not have been, I think, as disillusioned and careful about the advice he was getting from Curtis LeMay, who was one of the most evil Americans that ever existed. He was responsible for the firebombing of Tokyo. And LeMay was actually calling Kennedy's manhood into question. You don't have the balls to do what needs to be done. And Fortunately, Kennedy's disillusioning experience with the Bay of Pigs gave him some objectivity and helped him come up with the blockade thing, which of course, as I said, was a facade on what was really going on.
Just to add to that point quickly, I think it's also worth noting that Kennedy was really, I mean, this is one of the reasons we want political leaders that are well read. He had basically just finished reading Barbara Tuchman's wonderful book, The Guns of August, which tells the story of how World War I started, and basically sort of internalized some of the lessons from what he learned with regard to World War I, and really set up this very, Winslow, I'm sure you know all about this very interesting and smart process within the White House to figure out how to respond that really isolated him from the military leaders during much of the 11-day crisis, and put his brother at the front, sort of to take those whacks from LeMay and others. But yeah, it's a story that I do tell students is, this is why being well read, this is why sort of understanding history is important, particularly if I'm teaching a lot of students that are gonna go into the world of politics. This is why it's important, is because those lessons really are gonna maybe come home to you at some point later in your career.
I think it really makes a difference who is president, but as we know from our recent experience, but it also is a system, this nuclear deterrence system, which is much, much bigger than any one person, and leaves presidents and generals, as I said, in impossible situations.
Yes,
I know that you want to close out, Richard. Do you want to close out?
No, you go ahead.
I just want to chime in only because I probably am the one on the team as an electrical engineer who spent her time building systems and utilities. And we do have San Onofre nuclear plant in the region of that I served in terms of the grid system. And I'm not an advocate for nuclear in that instance either. But I don't want to debate that case. What I want to say more importantly about the grid system that we currently have as an infrastructure is that we would have been a lot further along if we weren't dealing with capital interest and investments. Anytime you're building infrastructures like power plants, nuclear plants, underground systems that go along with it, those capital investments pay off over a long arc of time. And at the time I was actively in my role, I was focused on generation, cogeneration power, also being able to bring the alternative fuels onto the grid through Global Energy Network Initiative. We probably wouldn't be able to get the job done, but at the time, I'm a boomer, 1958, late boomer, we didn't have the computational power we have today. I was programming mainframes as opposed to being in that space we are now. But the big debate around being able to use alternatives was around, we can't. We have too much invested in the current system. So we cannot change course. We won't see payout for break even until 75 years out. So the conversations we needed to have about our energy future were held captive by the investments, by financial considerations alone. And I just want to put that on the table because earlier in the day, there was a conversation around secrecy and transparency. And I want to tell you, there's very little transparency in front of the American people about our grid system. And we do have some very dangerous metrics involved with that system that are very vulnerable. And the vulnerability is the movement of the earth, partly, but also the sun. For my whole life, I watch the activity of the sun. It's very important to us when we're talking grid systems. And we have equipment in that infrastructure that when it's taken out, it can take years to replace. And we don't have a backup of investments of those parts and components, which comes to another reason I have concerns around current state of the system, including the nuclear side of it. So I'll just leave my thoughts at that. And lastly, Rotarians. Have to say, yay-hoo, Rotarians. They've also taken on, in the past year, the environment. And something that they were reticent about getting involved in, but they have, and I'm eager to see how they will put their ability to get projects done on the ground. They are doers. And that's what we need more of as they bring this into their platform. Thank you.
Very good. Let me just say, this Q&A for Winslow obviously is the beginning panel of people, and I just want to remember that we'll stop for lunch, and all times are Eastern Daylight Time, and Professor Thor Hogan is going to speak at 1:30 Eastern, and I hope we're all going to come back and participate in the panel that's going to follow his Q&A. And I just have one last question for Winslow, and that is, since there were a number of us who are oldsters, and we've talked about that, have you and your colleagues who are so clear-eyed about the nuclear threat, have you talk with young people in local high schools about this? Because as was pointed out by Professor Hogan, young people today seem not to be aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that World Beyond War, I feel like I'm kind of out of combat at 80, but I'm very hopeful about this organization, World Beyond War. It has very dynamic younger people in it, and I think they are reaching out to young people. My daughter teaches in a local high school, and I'm available to her to go and give a talk, and have done a couple times. Anyway, I'll come back on the panel this afternoon if I can be called Ambassador Myers.
Yeah, I didn't start that actually, Richard. I was feeding off of your slip of tongue.
Oh,
and then I did not want to demote Winslow because I felt that you had established him at
Too late now.
right.
Can I be an ambassador too?
Yes, of course.
Absolutely.
We're all ambassadors for new thinking.
Yes, well,
it rubs off very easily.
well, actually, Dr. Bennett has been doing person-to-person diplomacy behind the scenes, and or what track 2 diplomacy. So you certainly should be called Ambassador Bennett. So if there aren't any last comments to Winslow, let's all take a break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:30 Eastern for Dr. Hogan. Thank you.
say about that. Good.
Visioning a Better America. It's a pleasure to introduce this afternoon Dr. Thor Hogan, who will speak to us on energy, climate, and the future of American security, picking up some of the themes from this morning's session. Dr. Hogan is a professor, writer, and a pragmatic progressive. Thor Hogan is an associate professor of politics and environmental sustainability at Earlham College in Indiana, where his research focuses on science and technology policy, primarily examining climate and energy policy in the context of American politics. He's the author of Hydrocarbon Nation, How Energy Security Made Our Nation Great and Climate Security Will Save Us. Also, the book, The View from Space, NASA's Evolving Struggle to Understand Our Home Planet, co-authored with Richard Leshner. And Mars Wars, The Rise and Fall of the Space Exploration Initiative. He's also a regular contributor to the Washington Post, where he writes on topics ranging from American politics to environmental policy to American foreign policy. He was formerly director of the Space Policy Project at the RAND Corporation's Science and Technology Policy Institute and deputy communications director for the Massachusetts, Democratic Party. Dr. Hogan.
Well, thanks so much, Richard. And thank you to you and all of the other organizers of the conference for doing such an incredible job and so much work bringing this all together and really keeping it alive during these troubling times over the last year and a half. And thanks so much for inviting me to participate. I really appreciate it. As Richard suggested, my background is in both the think tank world and as an academic. And as a result of that, I have a tendency to use PowerPoint slides. And so occupational hazard, I guess. And so I'm actually going to share a screen so that as I go through my talk, that people have some sort of visual cues of the things that I'm going to be talking about. And so let me see if I can do this. Ooh, I'm not sure. Not sure if I'm being successful in that, so I might go forward without them.
Is your PowerPoint open?
Yeah, it is.
Usually it's good to open it before you do share screen.
Yeah, no, it's open. So I think maybe I'm just going to move forward without it. All right, so we'll do that. As Richard suggested, the ideas in my talk today are going to be largely drawn from a book I wrote a few years ago entitled Hydrocarbon Nation, How Energy Security Made Us Great and Climate Security Will Save Us. The book really started as an examination of the impact of hydrocarbons on American political history. And I was mainly interested in understanding why we hadn't taken the climate crisis more seriously. But that study eventually turned into something a little bit deeper and turned into kind of an exploration of the fundamental weaknesses of our constitutional system. And so I'm going to talk about that today. So my plan for today is to sort of talk through a quick overview of the historical connection that I found between energy and politics in our country, continue with how I think that helps explain the political challenges that our nation is faced with today, and conclude with a discussion of some potential paths forward. This is a story at its sort of fundamental level about how 4 hydrocarbon revolutions transformed America in the 19th and 20th century, while at the same time obscuring the reality that our constitutional system was really aging poorly. So let me begin by suggesting that American political history can be broken into or divided into 4 different ages, each of which began with a major realignment election in 1788, 1860, 1932, and 2008. Each of these contests saw a new political coalition characterized by its own generational, sectional, and racial arrangements come to power. These political ages each began with a progressive cycle that saw significant changes in the types of policy interventions the federal government pursued. Within each of these larger political ages, there were also some minor realignment elections in 1800, 1828, 1896, 1920, 1968, and 1980. These contests either saw a fundamental shift in the nature of the existing progressive cycle or the beginning of a new conservative cycle. And these conservative cycles were particularly important because they saw a structural backlash against the provision of certain types of governmental programs. These cycles created the preconditions as well for the next major realignment election and the inauguration of a new political age. And so the ages run roughly from 1789 to 1860, 1861 to 1932, 1933 to 2008. And I speculate in the book that a new political age started in 2009 after the election of Barack Obama. Each of the political ages was really underpinned by an economic expansion made possible by the leveraging of a new type of non-animal energy. And so this is where the connection between my interest in energy and climate policy really coincides with the political history of the country. The first political age saw the rise to prominence of water power and wood-fired steam engines. The second age was characterized by the exploitation of America's massive coal reserves. And the third age was likewise defined by the arrival of oil and later gas within the energy landscape. This seemingly boundless fossil fuel wealth was leveraged to power what I call the 4 hydrocarbon revolutions: industrial, transportation, electrification, and agricultural. Combined, they allowed us, the United States, to massively expand the size of our economy. This, in turn, provided more than enough fiscal resources for our government to provide the American people with unprecedented levels of national and economic security. And so one of the things you'll notice as I talk today is that I'm going to be talking about security in a slightly different way. I'm not going to limit it just to sort of national security, which is the standard way a lot of people talk about it, but I'm going to add at least 2 other types of security, economic and environmental security, into my discussion. And I'm going to really break economic security into 2 different types of security: macroeconomic and microeconomic security. During the first political age, from 1789 until 1860, national security was the agreed upon focus of the government. And this was happening as wood-fired steam engines and water power became the key sources or energy sources driving the economy. Support for a government role in providing macroeconomic security during this period of time represented the critical difference between the political parties. And so this ranged from everything from the first and second banks of the United States to internal improvements, or what today we would call infrastructure developments. This helped shape the early development of the American system of manufactures, how the first industrial revolution came to America, and the explosive growth of early railroads using wood-fired steam engines. While still a minor actor economically, the United States was really setting the key foundations that it would see its rise to prominence internationally. The second political age, from 1861 through 1932, saw rapid growth in the use of coal, which paved the way for the formation of the American empire that would begin rising as a geopolitical power kind of at the same time that the United States was taking on macroeconomic security as one of the key responsibilities of government. So it wasn't getting rid of national security, it was adding on a new type of security. This macroeconomic security included such policies as protective tariffs, building key infrastructures, funding mass education, and ultimately creating an effective central bank when the Federal Reserve was created. At the same time, support for a government role in providing microeconomic security, particularly during the progressive era, was the key dividing line between the political parties. This period saw America come to dominate the second industrial revolution, which was focused on steel production and later on mass-produced consumer goods. Dramatically expand its national railroad system, had essentially more or a bigger railroad network than the rest of the world combined. Gave birth to the commercial electric power industry, which fundamentally reshaped how people lived and worked in the United States. And saw the American companies found some of the first successful commercial airlines. As a result, America became the dominant economic player on the planet, surpassing the British Empire to hold that title. Then during the third political age, from 1933 to 2008, American exploitation and reliance on oil shaped economic growth, with the government taking on the responsibility for providing microeconomic security, or at least some portions of microeconomic security. And so this included programs ranging from Social Security to unemployment insurance and Medicare and Medicaid. At the same time, we were again adding on to the existing precedents that macroeconomic security and national security had already had. So we were providing three different types of security to the American people: national security, macroeconomic security, and microeconomic security, all at the same time. And this was really something unprecedented in human history. And it was something that was made possible not because of the genius of our political system, but because we had an enormous amount of hydrocarbon energy available. And we had a business sector, at the very least, that was able to leverage that better than pretty much anywhere else on the planet. Later in this political age, support for a government role in providing environmental security came to represent a critical party difference. Although in reality, this paled in comparison to the backlash to the successful civil rights movement and the arrival of the culture wars that have come to define and dominate our modern politics. This period from 1932 to 2008 saw the electrification of rural America, an explosion in highway construction starting in the 1930s and really picking up speed in the 1950s, the continued growth of commercial airline services, the American leadership of the second agricultural revolution, which is sometimes known as the Green Revolution, which was almost entirely fueled by hydrocarbons in one way or another, and domination of the early phases of the third industrial revolution, which we sometimes call the information age. These developments allow the United States to maintain and build upon its status as the world's most important economy. The key point to take away from this capsule history is that energy security provided by our massive reserves of hydrocarbons and leveraged within these four revolutions, the industrial, transportation, electrification, and agricultural revolutions, translated into enormous national wealth. In turn, this really made it incredibly easy to govern the United States, despite the shortcomings of our constitutional structure. Government could provide new and expensive forms of security without requiring significant sacrifices from the American people. But even as America rose to international prominence, both economically and geopolitically, these constitutional flaws were apparent to anyone interested in solving the most serious problems facing the nation during the 19th and 20th century, namely slavery and Southern apartheid. While it was easy to find compromises in other areas, our constitutional system proved inadequate to deliver justice to millions of Americans that had been consigned to brutal subjugation. This mostly hidden reality foreshadowed potential doom for an American nation that no longer enjoyed limitless energy security. That leads me kind of to the second part of my talk, which is going to be focused on what happened when we did actually lose our relative energy security. And this really began in 1970 with the peaking of our domestic oil supplies. We have never produced as much oil as we did in 1970, although we are producing more oil today than we were 10 or 15 years ago, and I'll come back to that later in my talk. But the fact that we no longer had massive domestic oil supplies meant that in the 1970s, we had to seek out other avenues for bringing oil to fuel the American economy. And that led to a lot of different things, but in particular, it led to us spending on average between 1970 and 2020, about $500 billion annually to secure imported oil supplies. Interestingly, most of our oil doesn't come from the Middle East. It mostly comes from the Americas, from Canada, from Mexico, from Venezuela. But we spent most of the money actually protecting the free flow of energy and oil in particular out of the Middle East, because it benefited our economy to keep the global oil price low. And the way to do that was to maintain some level of stability in the Middle East. Of course, that led to all kinds of other problems with regard to the rise of terrorism in the region. And perhaps I'm not going to talk too much about that in my talk, but if people want to ask questions about that later on, I'm happy to talk about that. At the same time that we were losing our energy security and we're all of a sudden having to pay a lot of money to protect oil supplies, there was an extreme conservative backlash that was a reaction to three things, really. First, the New Deal programs that had been the Roosevelt administration in the 1930s and 1940s, the Great Society programs that had been passed by Lyndon Johnson's administration during the 1960s, and probably most importantly, again, the successful passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And these really did lead to sort of an extreme conservative backlash against those programs. And a lot of that was focused on sort of the racial dynamics that had been hidden before and had been allowed to be hidden to some degree because of the energy security that kind of hid what was really going on under the surface. And so what I think that really revealed was that there were significant flaws within our constitutional system. The Constitution seemed to work fine when we were flush with a lot of energy wealth. But as soon as that was thrown into doubt and all of a sudden we really had to be paying a significant amount of our GDP to secure those energy supplies, the constitutional flaws came to the fore very quickly. And that led to the massive political dysfunction that I think began during the 1980s and has been growing worse every year since that time. And so what are these constitutional flaws? It's worth maybe taking a pause and talking about them really quickly. First, I would just say that the Constitution has far too many veto points, places where progress can be stopped. The ability to sort of identify national problems and find solutions to those problems is dramatically harder under the U.S. Constitution with the separation of powers system that's in place. That might have made sense in the 18th century world, where the United States was a quite small country on the fringes of kind of the advanced world. And there were real benefits to a go slow approach. It's also worth saying that the United States government at the time was incredibly tiny. That's no longer true in the 21st century. We are the most important, arguably, country in the world. We have a massive economy, and the federal government does a lot of things within that economy. And we are faced with an incredibly intense international competition where having a lot of veto points makes it very difficult for interested politicians to identify problems that are facing society and quickly react and find solutions to those problems. We have add on to that the fact that the Constitution is actually incredibly undemocratic. We, of course, were all raised, I certainly was, on the idea that the US Constitution was a work of pure genius, and it's attained pretty much mythological status within the American electorate. I remember back when I was, going to school through my K through 12 education, the reverence with which the Constitution was discussed. And of course, it was a quite revolutionary and incredibly democratic document when it was first written and ratified in the 1780s and 1790s. But that was a long time ago. And as I said earlier, it's aged incredibly poorly. And in particular, it has not kept up with the times with regard to actually providing a voice to all of the American people within our governmental structure. And so just to give a couple of examples, the Senate is largely considered by most political scientists to be the most undemocratic legislative institution in the advanced world. So the people of Wyoming have an extraordinarily large amount of power, despite the fact that it's a quite tiny state from a population perspective. And people living in large states like California, Texas, Florida, New York have a relatively limited ability, with only 2 senators and equal representation in the Senate, to actually bring about big changes. The House of Representatives is actually only slightly better. We have the idea that it is more democratic, and certainly it's more democratic than the Senate, but it really significantly privileges rural voters. The way that single-member districts are instituted within our structure means that the vast majority of Americans, something like 80% of all Americans, live in urban areas today, but they have actually much less representation in Congress as a result of the way that we apportion the 435 seats within the House of Representatives. The Electoral College disenfranchises voters in all kinds of different ways. Most obviously, it gives small states 3 times the amount of power within the electoral system as big states. But quite frankly, even those small states are disenfranchised because most of them, and actually most of the big states, aren't particularly competitive in presidential elections. We have come to a place where 8 or 10 or 12 states are actually competitive in any given election, which means that presidential candidates largely ignore the other 38. And so it's not that the people in those states aren't getting to vote, but their issues aren't really being addressed by our politicians. And finally, we have a situation where the Supreme Court, the sort of third branch of government, has become incredibly partisan in recent years. And that's troubling in one, I think, particular area, which is the ability of the Supreme Court to overrule legislative bills, despite the fact that they oftentimes are supported by a majority of the people on purely constitutional grounds. The final thing worth mentioning is that we have the most difficult written constitution in the world to amend. It's almost impossible to amend the US Constitution, despite the fact that if you ask the American people about some fairly common sense adjustments to how we govern the United States, they probably would overwhelmingly be in support of that. What this results in is a system that political scientists sometimes call a vetocracy, where basically it's very easy for an interested minority to stop all government action that they are opposed to. And I would argue that basically that's what we've experienced in the United States for most of the last 40 years, is minority rule by a small group of what I would call Wall Street Republicans who have joined with economic libertarians and social conservatives to basically be able to win within these undemocratic legislative and executive institutions. But most of what they're intending to do once elected is to stop all activity towards solving societal problems. Well, what has that led to? What has this rising political dysfunction because of these flaws in the Constitution led to? It's led to a lot of the things that really challenge the United States today. So I would argue that the combination of energy insecurity and the extreme conservative backlash has led to the financialization of the American economic system. And so basically, we went from a situation where the financial sector was a very small part of our overall economy to today, where it represents somewhere between 20 and 25% of our economy. And the real result of that financialization is that we've had an incredible increase in income and wealth inequality in the United States. So if you go back to the 30 years after the Second World War, a period that's sometimes called the Great Compression, the average American worker was being led by an executive that was only making about 30 times what they were making. Well, that's now 600, 700, 800 times more in today's world. And I would say that these things are all connected, that basically the ability of this interested minority to take advantage of the situation of energy insecurity in the nation paved the way for this financialization and paved the way for this disparity in income and wealth inequality, which in particularly hurts brown and black members of our political community. Energy security and the extreme conservative backlash also led to massive educational inequity within the United States. And so it's not too hard to see what this looks like if you're a young kid growing up in a poor state, in a poor school district. You're probably not getting a very good education. And if you're growing up in a relatively wealthy state like Massachusetts or Minnesota, and you're living in a wealthy school district, you're probably getting a first-rate education. And, again, why is that possible, given that almost always education is listed as one of the top priorities by Americans? And the real reason is because the interested minority is able to veto any real reforms that would try to bring more equity into our educational system. Another big issue, and this is front and center before the American people right now, is that energy security plus the fiscal constraints that it put on the federal budget, again, depending on how you count, on average about $500 billion in costs per year, led to the political dysfunction that we see today and saw the decay of our overall national infrastructure. This is roads, bridges, sewer systems, water systems, and just as importantly, perhaps, as we talk about the climate crisis, it's the construction or paying for new types of infrastructure that are really necessary to battle against what we're facing with that crisis. This definitely, second to last point, really harkens back to the three sessions from the morning, if people were able to sit in on those. Which is that energy insecurity and rising political dysfunction has led to deteriorating international prestige for the United States. So whereas the United States at the beginning of this era was still considered to be the legitimate leader of the free world. That's anything but clear today, because we simply aren't a very good example of how to run a modern liberal democracy anymore. And then finally, bringing it back to my area of research and what I was really most interested in is this idea that the conservative backlash plus the political dysfunction led to the continuation of massive hydrocarbon use, despite the fact that scientists were telling us, and in most cases, a majority of Americans were suggesting that reducing our overall greenhouse gas emissions was important to preserving the future of our planet and humanity's place within it. And so that continued hydrocarbon use sort of led to the climate crisis that we're facing today, and it, represents an incredibly large challenge moving forward. And so, where does that leave us? What should happen next? How do we get out of this? Well, the first thing to say is that whereas starting in 1970, our relative energy security took a big hit, and we were spending quite a bit of money every year to maintain the free flow of oil out of the Middle East in particular, that's really not the case anymore. Energy security has really returned in the United States. We just seem to have kind of not noticed. We have figured out how to bring or produce a lot of oil and gas through technologies like fracking. And I'm not suggesting that we should be doing a lot of that, but the reality is that we have that technology available now, particularly in gas, that might provide a useful bridge fuel to get us from sort of the dirty economy that we've been living with for the last several hundred years to the clean economy that's required to really win the climate battle. But in addition to that, we have all kinds of new alternative energy sources, whether that be nuclear power, most importantly, wind power and solar power, but also other types of alternative energies ranging from geothermal to hydropower. And so really, if you look at the full suite of what we have available to us today, energy security really isn't a problem anymore. We're kind of awash in energy right now. But again, I think that we as an American people haven't really recognized that that provides us with a lot of latitude to really solve some of the really key problems that are facing the United States today. And the big question is, how do we use it? The thing that I really came to in writing Hydrocarbonation, and also in the process of writing the book I'm working on right now, which is entitled The United City-States of America, is that structural reforms really have to be at the forefront of our national agenda. Going back to the original question that I was trying to ask in my talk, why hadn't we taken the climate crisis more seriously? Really, the reason is that we have this constitutional system that is failing to translate the public will into actual public policy. And that's because of the vetocracy that has built up, taking advantage of, again, what I would suggest are these fundamental flaws within the constitutional structure. And so if I was to suggest anything that really is necessary within our political life today, and this is me saying, coming to you as a policy scientist, not as a political scientist, I really think that what we need is a movement that is going to put structural reforms at the forefront of the national agenda. We're beginning to see that a little bit within the Democratic Party, at least, where younger members of both the House and the Senate, even some of the younger folks that ran for president in 2020, really were talking about structural reforms, but it's certainly not enough yet. It's not normalized enough yet to sort of take off our blinders, stop revering our Constitution so much, a document that was written, more than 2 centuries ago by a bunch of white men who are long dead, and really looking to what types of governmental structures would best serve the American people today, and again, translate what their concerns are, what they view the major problems facing the nation are, into real and tangible policy actions. And so what are the ways in which we might restructure our system of government? Well, first, and this is has been before Congress since the beginning of the Biden administration, and actually before that, is the dramatic expansion of voting rights in the United States. Really, we have reached a situation, and it's gotten worse in the last several years, where millions of Americans who should be eligible to vote have been stripped of their voting rights. And we should, at the same time that we're restoring those voting rights, that we're essentially automatically registering anybody who's eligible to vote, we should be doing things that would make it easier for people to vote. So dramatically expanding the accessibility of vote by mail, having Election Day be a national holiday, just to name a few of the things that we probably should be doing. One of the things I want to point out about this is that none of this requires a constitutional amendment, and most of what I'm going to talk about today doesn't require a constitutional amendment. This is important because, again, we have a very undemocratic amendment process that makes it almost impossible, given the divided government, the partisan government that we are faced with today, for them to even debate, much less pass constitutional amendments that are going to lead to real reform. And so we need to find ways with bare majorities that we can really transform the structures of government. Now, eventually, the hope is that by making our system more democratic, that the chances of really fundamental restructuring might be possible. So yeah, vastly expanding the voting rights doesn't really require a constitutional amendment. You can do that through legislation. Of course, we're faced right now with the reality of the filibuster, and that a few Democratic senators are unwilling to get rid of this vestige of slave power, really, in order to do the right thing and to re-enfranchise millions of Americans. That's not good. One of the other structural reforms that I'm really in support of, and that I'm in fact writing a book about right now, is increasing the number of states in the United States. And this is not simply adding the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico as states, or breaking up California into a number of different states. I'm talking about a really significant increase in the number of states. We have this incredible mismatch between the power that different states have within the federal government, and particularly within the Senate. And what that has led to is a situation where, again, the vast majority of Americans who live in urban areas are just not represented within the federal government in this vetocracy where the Senate basically can veto all action. And one of the few ways that you can get around that is by increasing the number of states, breaking apart a lot of the big states, California, Texas, Florida, New York. So I'm not just talking about breaking up a bunch of Democratic states that will benefit the Democrats, or vice versa, doing it for a lot of Republican states. I think we need to break up all of these states into smaller subsets so that we can have a Senate that is more proportional and actually represents the American people a great deal better. In addition to that, as I suggested earlier, there's a fairly significant rural bias in the way we draw House districts in the United States. And we just had a census, and we're about to have the redrawing of congressional maps all around the country. And even if the system was to work as best as we can imagine, if there's very little partisanship in it, it would still dramatically overcount rural voters and undercount urban voters. And so I think that there's a real need to increase the number of House districts in the United States. I would recommend probably tripling the number of House districts, getting to something closer to about 1,200 House districts in the United States. And the reason for doing that, one reason is that the average member of the House of Representatives now represents about 800,000 people. It's really impossible to see how they can do that very well. But more importantly, it allows us to create multi-member House districts. And that's important because it'll allow the voters to really get the kind of representation that they want. One of the potential outcomes or even probable outcomes of that is that it would do away with what I think is a really destructive two-party system in the United States and allow for the creation of more political parties. I think we would probably very quickly see a situation where there were 5 or 6 different political parties in the United States. And the reason that we don't have that today is largely because of the single member House districts and the incentives that provides to political parties to co-opt the ideas of other political parties. We're really an outlier amongst the advanced nations of the world in having this type of legislative system and not having multi-member House districts that allow more political parties to exist and really allow the voters to pick the types of leaders that they want based on specific types of issue platforms. Finally, I think we need to eliminate the Electoral College. That's probably easier said than done because while you can try to find ways to get around the Electoral College without a constitutional amendment, they're actually really hard to achieve. The Electoral College we need to get rid of for a variety of reasons. Probably the most important is, again, that it reinforces this idea of a two-party system in the United States, which makes it very difficult to actually represent the American people to be as democratic as possible. I actually think that there are some interesting ways in which you could make a legal argument that the Electoral College is actually a violation of the one person, one vote principle that was established by the Supreme Court in the 1960s. But we would have to have a Supreme Court that was really willing to sort of go forward based on that idea. And so let me conclude by saying that why do I think that this type of more representative government, more democratic government would be important? And it's largely because it would, again, allow us to tackle big problems in the United States. There are a lot of problems that we're facing right now. I would just point to 2 in particular that I think that would be easier to deal with. First, income and wealth inequality, which I think is at the root of almost everything that's going wrong with the United States today. And then finally, again, the issue that I think is really an existential threat to not just the United States, but all of humanity, the climate crisis. And so in order to really find enduring solutions to those intractable problems, we really need to look at structural reforms. In conclusion, really, we need to take advantage of the return of energy security to reform these systems and again, translate the ideas or the policy preferences of the American people into actual action. So thank you. I think I went a little over time. I apologize for that, Richard.
No apologies necessary. You've presented, obviously, a very comprehensive look at our politics, our history, the basis of our economy, not only in human labor, including enslaved labor, but different sources of physical energy, non-human energy. And you've proposed very systematic sweeping changes. And you did that without your slides. So I don't know what that technical problem is, but it was a very worthwhile presentation, and it didn't matter that you went over. Let me remind everyone who is listening on YouTube that you can submit questions to visioningabetteramerika all one word, visioning a better America visioning a better America at gmail.com. And please, all participants who are in the Zoom room, you can turn your cameras and microphones on. I just have one question in terms of your last point about the Electoral College. Tomorrow, we're going to have a presentation from Professor of Law, Larry Lessig at Harvard, who has been working on that problem.
I've assigned his books.
Excellent. So, so you're certainly on board with his effort. Maybe you could just say a word or two about that approach.
Yeah, well, I mean, so there are a variety of approaches that we could, short of a full constitutional amendment, that we could, move forward with. The most common one, and I think the one that Professor Lessig is behind, is the idea of kind of a compact between states, where states that represent 270 electoral votes would all essentially agree that whoever the winner of the national popular vote is, that state will award their electoral votes to the eventual winner. It's a wonderful idea that I worry about, because actually getting to 270 is incredibly difficult. And so basically you need the state legislatures of all of those states to pass legislation sort of agreeing to the ideals of the compact that the winner of the national electoral vote.
I think they're already up to about 190 or something.
Yeah, so I think that 190 is good, but I think the last 80 is incredibly difficult to get to. Now, that might change, and it might change relatively quickly. I mean, there are some relatively big states that are pretty consistently purple right now. So North Carolina, Georgia, Texas is maybe sort of heading towards being a purple state. And if all of a sudden you had those types of states on board, I think this could be a real possibility. I'll just say that another potential pathway, and this is the constitutional one that I suggested, is one of the real, I think everybody in the United States, well, I shouldn't say everybody, but many Americans are really worried about the partisan nature of the Supreme Court these days, and looking for solutions that might depoliticize that institution. There's an idea called the Supreme Court lottery system that would fundamentally reshape the Supreme Court of the United States. And I won't go into the details of how it works, but the idea of it is that basically you would get away from this idea that there were 9 members of the court that could be on the court for decades at a time and could reshape fundamentally the political world in which we're all existing. One of the things that I think that could lead to is if you really did have justices that were hearing cases that weren't quite as animated by partisanship as is the case today, we really could translate this fundamental principle of the last 75 years, one person, one vote, into a legal decision from the Supreme Court that could possibly eliminate the Electoral College, or at the very least change how the Electoral College works. And the key way that might be done is to make all states award their electors in the way that the states of Maine, where two of our esteemed colleagues are from, and the state of Nebraska, where the winner of the state popular vote gets the 2 electors represented by U.S. senators. But within the congressional districts, electors are basically awarded by whoever wins a majority in those congressional districts. Now, this isn't a perfect fix, but the math has been done, and the chances that the winner of the national popular vote doesn't win the presidency in that kind of a circumstance is greatly diminished. Now, The one thing I'd caution on, however, is that it doesn't solve what I think is a fundamental problem, which is that we only have two political parties that aren't serving the needs of of the American citizens very well, and that actually isn't solved by that type of solution.
Let me make one comment. We have communicated in the founding of this conference that it's a nonpartisan conference. And let me explain what that meant. That meant that in looking for people who were creative and working on the problems we face as a nation, we didn't ask if they had a political party that they belonged to or that they championed. And we didn't encourage issue-oriented politics to come into this, or people to talk about particular presence or anything. I think listening to Professor Hogan, where he talks about how both our parties are not functioning to serve the common good, and his very interesting proposal that we learn from other countries that have multiple parties, where coalitions are required to tackle these big problems. I find Professor Hogan's ideas realistic in terms of what's happening in our country and nonpartisan.
So I have a question and I have a comment. Multiple parties can also be completely dysfunctional and crippling, in fact, in terms of tackling big problems. And I think a case in point in Israel is Israel, where minority parties wield enormous power because they are usually the ones on which holding a coalition together depends. So I would be very concerned about that. That said, I completely agree that our two-party system right now has become completely dysfunctional. And I think we can trace it right back to Newt Gingrich, when the entire ethos of what it meant to be a legislator changed. And the system has become dysfunctional ever since then, because it turned into being all about power and not about governing. But I'm enormously intrigued by your idea of eliminating the Electoral College through a Supreme Court decision. Who would have standing to bring that case? How do you see that getting done? Because it would have.
No, go ahead, please finish.
I mean, is it possible to go directly to the Supreme Court with it, since it's not an emergency? And if it's not an emergency, it would have to wend its way through the lower courts. And I don't quite understand how that would work.
So I'm going to respond to, if you don't mind, I'm going to, Dr. Bennett, I'm going to respond to both of your comment and your question. I think
Georgette, please.
I think Israel really is the cautionary tale. But I also think that there are many, many parliamentary systems that have found safeguards to avoid the type of parliamentary breakdown that you see in Israel. I think probably the simplest way would be to have some type of minimum threshold that a party would have to achieve in a certain number of elections in order to be recognized as a national party, which is how things work. So you could set a 10% or a 15% threshold, and you sort of have to consistently over a number of elections be hitting that threshold in order to be recognized. And that really, I think, takes away the possibility of these really radical splinter parties having as much power, which, again, you're absolutely right, that happens in Israel. Let me be clear about the Electoral College proposal from a legal perspective, is that there are several levels of things that would need to happen in order for that to be a possibility. And the first of which would be a fundamental restructuring of the federal court system. which I think there is a lot of interest in the United States. I think that if you asked a majority of, well, I mean, actually, I didn't even need to speculate. There have been polls that have been taken just since the decisions by the Supreme Court to allow the Texas abortion law to sort of go into effect without the Supreme Court stepping in, despite the fact that there's a major case before the court this year. There are plenty of polls that say that a fairly large majority of Americans have stopped trusting the ability of the Supreme Court to act as what it's designed to do, which is a check on the legislative and executive branches. That being the case, you still have to convince one of the two political parties or a coalition of members of the two political parties to actually pass a fundamental reform of the Supreme Court. I'll just explain really quickly the Supreme Court lottery system. Basically, what it would do is it would turn all federal circuit court judges into associate justices of the Supreme Court. So basically, you would still have a Supreme Court, but it would basically be the people who would be working on it would be rotating onto the court from a circuit court. And they would actually do most of the work that the Supreme Court does in their home jurisdictions. One of the things that's not particularly great about the Supreme Court is it's located in the nation's capital, and there's not a lot of sort of interaction with the rest of the country through that institution. And so basically 9 members would be chosen by lottery to serve a 2-week term on the court, hear a number of cases. One of the things that they would do is they would decide what cases one of the future random seatings of 9 justices would hear. This is really important because it prevents what happens in the Supreme Court right now, which is that justices get to pick which cases they're going to hear, which seems pretty weird. And the last thing about the lottery system is that, assuming we're in a 2-party system, you can't have more than 5 justices who are appointed by a president of a given party, right? So there has to be some kind of balance within that. I think that sounds like an incredibly reasonable way to, again, depoliticize the Supreme Court and return it to its roots. But it would take a major effort by Congress to actually make that a reality. Let's say, just so that we can get to your hypothetical question, then what happens? What if that actually did in fact happen? I think that anybody who lives in a large state in the United States would have standing to actually bring a lawsuit under the Electoral College, because quite frankly, we know that, you know, I was born and raised in the state of Alaska. The state of Alaska has 3 times as much power as most of my family who lives in California. And so from a purely legal perspective, again, looking at this idea of one person, one vote, which was enshrined when the 14th Amendment was passed with its Equal Protection Clause, that basically anybody who is at all disenfranchised because of the Electoral College would have standing. Does that mean that they would have to work their way through the court system? Absolutely. They'd have to bring a case before the district courts first, and then work through a circuit court. But interest groups have gotten pretty good at figuring out how to sort of work their way through those types of jurisdictions.
So let me push a little further.
Sure.
First of all, I think your ideas are extraordinarily exciting.
Thank you.
And your remarks, I think, are a real tour de force. But let me go back to this Electoral College idea, because I think it's at the heart of many, many issues. I don't understand why the Supreme Court would need to be restructured in order to do that. What you're describing in terms of rotating through the court actually seems to eliminate one layer of jurisdiction. But I don't understand why it couldn't go forward with the Supreme Court constituted as it is now.
It's
If
not that it's not that it couldn't, but that it won't. I mean, we just have to look at there's a 6-seat majority right now of justices that were appointed to the court by presidents from a specific political party, and that political party dramatically benefits from not only the two-party system, but from the undemocratic nature of the political system and from the vetocracy that's created by the number of veto points in the United States. So it's not that this court couldn't do it. I just simply don't think that they're the votes to do it.
but historically, Supreme Court justices have not behaved in the way that they are expected to behave when they're appointed for partisan reasons. They surprise us all the time, historically.
That's true. I guess, slight counterpoint to that, though, was that in the 1980s, an organization known as the Federalist Society was created within the Republican coalition specifically to avoid that happening ever again. And so basically, the Federalist Society, which operates on the right, picks or essentially says, these are the justices or the judges that we would support to become justices, because we know that they are going to stay within sort of certain conservative lanes. Now, there is at least one justice on the court who is slightly gone against that, which is the Chief Justice, John Roberts, who has certainly been more centrist than many people thought he might be. But really, if you look at beyond 3 or 4 high-profile cases that have come out of the court in recent years, his jurisprudence is actually incredibly, incredibly conservative. And particularly around, again, this kind of brings me back to the core point of why I think the Supreme Court is important. What is required to overturn legislation passed by the United States Congress? So in one of his famous sort of cases, looking at the constitutionality of the Affordable Care Act, he said the Affordable Care Act was fine. But if you read behind his argument, he said it was fine under the taxing power of the United States Constitution, but not under the commerce power, which is basically the entire New Deal and the Great Society programs were built around the power that was provided to Congress under the commerce power. So maybe we'll have a situation where Justice Roberts and perhaps Justice Gorsuch have a change of heart and decide, in reality, we think this isn't working and we're really worried about the future of the country. But there's not a ton of evidence that that's going to happen because I think of how effective the Federalist Society has been.
But they've already made a couple of decisions that were completely unexpected. One of them upholding the Affordable Care Act.
Right.
I mean, the court with Gorsuch and Kavanaugh and Amy.
Well, neither Kavanaugh or Amy Coney Barrett were on the court yet when the major case, the more recent case, was building off the previous case that Justice Roberts had written the majority opinion for. Yeah, so I'm not saying that there haven't been a few outlier cases where they have been more centrist. I wouldn't say that they've been left, but they've been more centrist. But this is what I'm suggesting, getting rid of the Electoral College, this is a much bigger deal, and it has really dramatic repercussions for the two political parties. And it's not just, as Richard suggested, this is not just for the Republican Party long term. I mean, if you were to do two of the things that I suggested, create more House districts and turn them into multi-member districts, and you got rid of the Electoral College in some essential way, I don't think that in the long term this benefits either of the two existing political parties. In the short term, it might have a tendency to slightly advantage the Democratic Party, but that would go away very, very quickly. First of all, because we might have a situation where more than two political parties were competing in elections. But even if we just kept the two-party system, those two parties would have to fundamentally change their electoral math to figure out how they planned on competing in local, state, and national elections. One example of that is if you look at an electoral map from 1896 and an electoral map from 2000, they're almost exactly the same, except for all the states that the Republicans won in 1896, the Democrats won in 2000, and vice versa. So basically what that leads you to believe is that political parties fundamentally change what they're in favor of over time. And something as momentous as getting rid of the Electoral College and moving to a multi-member House configuration would lead the two political parties, again, if we just kept the two, to have to rethink how they operate. I'll just say last thing and let other people jump in is that I think that there is reason to think that that would be incredibly more democratic and that it would particularly represent brown and Black Americans much better than the system we have operating today, which is why I think we need to be doing it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to comment on. How big a factor do you think, I mean, race has been a big theme and racism have been a big theme this week. How big a factor do you think it is in the conscious thinking of people who are holding back progress, whoever they are, is the coming fact that whites are going to be a minority in this country soon?
I think it's the entire ballgame. I mean, I think that if you're not understanding the racial dynamics that are impacting American politics today, you're missing something. I mean, it is the entirety of why we have political dysfunction. And again, it dates back to the 1960s and this backlash to the successful conclusion of the Civil Rights Act, not conclusion, but having two huge wins, the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And I would argue that basically the two political parties, the reason that they're so distinct and so tribal, remember, that didn't used to be the case. There used to be things called liberal Republicans, and there definitely were a lot of conservative Democrats. And those types of politicians don't really exist anymore. Why is that the case? It's because the parties, after those two pieces of legislation were passed in the 1960s, over the next 15 to 20 years, basically organized themselves around issues that were relevant to, on the Republican side, predominantly white voters, and on the Democratic side, predominantly non-white voters, with a good number of white voters as well, but predominantly non-white voters. And that's the dynamic that is still at operation in American politics today. It's the reason why income and wealth inequality has sprung up. It's the reason why educational inequity has become such a problem. And I'll say, like, this isn't just about politics. I mean, and it's about morality, but quite frankly, it's just about international competitiveness. Like, we're basically allowing millions, tens of millions of Americans to not reach their full human potential. We're not developing human capital in this country because at root we have a political system that is based on systemic racism. And we can't get past that because of the structures of government to really pass policies that might fix that situation. So yeah, so I think it's absolutely, and so going back to my key issue, which is climate change, the idea of talking about climate change and not talking about race is crazy, because you have to talk about the fundamental reasons why you're not seeing, Joe Biden able to push forward a $4 to $6 trillion climate package kind of very quickly. It goes back to this tribalism. Absolutely.
So I hope this isn't too partisan. I have a fantasy of the sea rising on Mar-a-Lago. And that's just a typical example. It could be a democratic, wealthy person who has denied climate change. And so kind of taking off from some of the things I said this morning, how much power does climate change itself have to make people who are holding back progress at the moment, wake up and smell the coffee?
It's a really good question, and one that I'm probably going to give a disappointing answer to, which is I think not much, honestly. And the reason for that is that I think Americans have an intuitive sense that we are in a better situation than pretty much anywhere else in the world to weather the storm of climate change, at least in the coming decades. And you're shaking your head no, but it's absolutely true. The United States is not going to not suffer from climate impacts. I'm an environmentalist. This is what I study. I'm 100% behind taking dramatic actions to stop it. But America is in a unique situation. There are several organizations that look at the adaptability of countries to climate change, and the United States ranks number one on those lists all the time, basically every time that they do it. The Portland group is one group that does it. And there's a reality, an unfortunate reality in the United States that I think too many Americans think, oh, well, comparative to the rest of the world, we can actually adapt relatively easily to this, which is, I think, why it's taken so long to even get to the point where Joe Biden is really struggling to pass a pretty modest, climate action plan. So it's this is not about my personal preferences. My personal preferences, again, would be that we would be, taking a significant action to do it. But I do think that the fact that the United States is in this position of being relatively adaptable makes that much more difficult. And you can even look at things like the forest fires that have been ravaging the West in recent years. You can look at.
That's why I was shaking my head. I mean, tell this to the guy who just lost his house in Washington State. I mean,
yeah, but are there enough of those people? Hurricanes in the southeastern part of the United States, droughts in many parts of the United States. But if you ask sort of the average American, should that lead to direct climate action? The answer to this point has largely been no. And so, we still haven't figured out an answer to sort of how to fix that.
One more question. I have Maine started ranked choice voting, and I'm wondering about that as a change device as it takes hold.
Absolutely. So built into, I already went over, so I didn't want to talk too much about the idea for the multi-member House districts, but multi-member districts would be based on ranked choice voting. And so the idea is that you would essentially vote on a list of people. And so absolutely it would work that way. And again, this is how you sort of get to a place where you can have a multi-member or sort of a multi-party system.
Thank you, Maine, for ranked choice voting.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and it's Maine, but it's also quite a few cities are doing it as well in their local elections. Yeah, so
New York City just did for the first time.
New York City also. Thank you, New York City. Myra Jackson, are you wanting to? Oh,
sure, I'll pop in. I just love this presentation, mainly because I like it when I learn so much And when I get a chance to look at events, I'm always looking at just through another lens. And I love the way you brought security to the forefront via various sectors, smart, really intelligent way to walk through history. And so helpful. I mean, I'm always looking at our concerns from the level of the biosphere. I start there. And it's hard. I'm alone. It's very lonely out there. Not many people understand how to be with the complexity that I think needs to occur to be human responsibly on the planet now. Mm-hmm. So much of what we've been talking about is really the deep, crippling shadow of America. It's not even real. Nothing changes, really, when everyone has a chance to vote in America for whites, other than, guess what? We all get to participate more in the participation in democracy, if we can have a democracy. So I think it only gets better. And from where the planet is concerned, all hands and hearts on deck are needed now. And I mean, honestly, that for all of us to be engaged and to be able to make the considered choices that would not only impact our quality of life here, but knowing what happens here equivocates. There's a response and a ripple around the world, and we have to have a pulse on that, and we don't. We're not in that conversation yet. So I just want to thank you for the conversation and the ideas, because when I heard this thing called the United States of America, I go, well, maybe there's a conversation that could be had with Thor, because what I'm really hoping is that by the time that and when that happens, I don't know, I'm leaning in on the generations coming in who seem to have no barrier to understanding this kind of really a whole brain, a whole hemisphere approach to being human. What I'm looking for here, Thor, and I'd like for you to weigh in, because ultimately, we're going to have to see a difference in the way finance flows, even our way of looking at economy and measuring the economy. I mean, GDP is a relic, isn't it?
Right. So, look at Bhutan as an example.
Well, that's, it starts us off. I think that they took off and enshrined a part of the founding fathers' idea by just centering around happiness, mm-hmm. and looking to see if the quality of happiness around their citizens. But what I'm really, saying is that we don't have a signaling system in the economy that tells us when we're actually making progress on, I'll go back to the common endeavor that sort of fell out of my mouth today. We just don't. It signals us to do completely the opposite from what we need to be doing if we just look at GDP alone. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So my big concern when I look at anything that we're talking about is one, the Earth metrics, but the other part is, what are the signals that we pay attention to? And are those signals that we pay attention to allowing us to be a human society that can respond to what's grounded in truth?
Let me just point out, we've transitioned into the panel of all the presenters, and so through Thor. So I just want to invite in Rick Barton, who was indicating he had something he wanted to say.
Well, thank you, Richard, and thanks, Thor. I mean, I obviously love the package of reforms that you have, and I'd like to come back to which one do you think is most achievable of this ambitious list that you've described. But I'd also like to speak to sort of the too ready acceptance of dysfunction as a phrase, we seem to be, it just seems to be such a comfortable part of our narrative today, just as division is. And I think the more comfortable you get, and the problem with narratives is that they are rehearsed stories. They are told and repeated without quite as much rigor as I think Richard has asked us to reach for. So I'd like to, I'm going to challenge it on in one particular place where I have a little bit of history. Back in the 1980s, I was the Maine State Democratic Party chair. It doesn't show up on my biography much because most people don't care that far back, but I did learn quite a bit about being a party chair in those 3 years, and I was on the national committee by default. And what I would say is that political parties, especially the Democratic Party, is wide open to participation. So if you care at all about the political process and you are not active in the political party, you basically have conceded it to maybe an odd group of people who are playing an active role. And I just think that I think it's within reach of all of us. It's one of those things that if you wanted to run your local Democratic Party, you could probably within 2 years stage a complete coup, which is what we've seen with the Republican Party in Maine, which has been taken over by a couple of very odd groups of people. So I think the party, rather than just conceding that it's a mess, and I think Georgette's question was a fair one, and the multi-party answer is not. I don't think it's as good an answer as ranked choice voting, actually, which then allows minority parties to get serious first votes and maybe even to win. We've had independents win here in Maine on multiple occasions, and we have an independent senator right now. And they've done it for different reasons, but they've beaten good candidates in doing it. So, but I think that the second challenge that I'd like to put to the dysfunction argument is that about 15 years ago, California was completely and totally dysfunctional. They couldn't get a budget passed. They couldn't get taxes raised. They had an obstructionist Republican Party, and they had a citizens redistricting commission, which actually produced a rational map. And it took away some of this laziness of the Democrats as well, where we had created heavy minority districts that were totally safe, but it meant that there was no minority representation in other districts. So they went to a logical map of the state. And it was probably the most radical result in American politics in the last 2 decades, where you went from a dysfunctional government to a majority government that functioned in a way that with a very reasonable, experienced governor, Jerry Brown, who basically said, if the votes aren't there, I'm not going to bother with it. And he really ran the state in a pretty good way. So I'm not making the argument that we don't need all these changes. I like them. I also ran a term limit campaign here in Maine, which was very deeply unpopular with the regular Democrats. But I'm a complete believer now in term limits, especially, and I'd like to see term limits for the courts as well, because 15 years is a heck of a good career, and you should be able to be independent in 15 years. If you can't, you're never going to be independent or minded or whatever the benefits of the lifetime appointment are. So. And the other thing that I would say that I think we haven't discussed yet today is that public service today is extremely intense. So an argument for term limits is that actually you just need to step back. Leadership today is much more demanding than I think it's ever been in terms of the audiences that you have to, the communities you have to be sensitive to and whatnot. So anyway, but those are all kind of editorial comments, but I'm curious as to which reform is most possible, and what area you are most hopeful in terms of breaking this dysfunction. Because I could see us having a very different conversation about 3 weeks if the Democratic majorities and President Biden actually produce some legislation, which I think that's probably going to happen, even though it's not pretty. But anyway, I'm curious as to your thoughts and any others.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I mean, so there was a lot there. But maybe the key question was kind of ranking. I'll just say that I actually have a lot of hope, and my hope is less for the short term than for the long term. Again, I've been a teacher for the last 15, 16 years, and my students give me a huge amount of hope. I taught initially at the Illinois Institute of Technology, which had a very specific kind of first generation dominated student body. And more recently, or for the last 14 years, I've been teaching at Earlham College, which has sort of more established student body with, but also bringing in a lot of international students and a lot of students from underprivileged backgrounds in the United States, and sort of I've been able to teach quite a few different types of students, and they give me hope that regardless of whether they're sort of conservative or progressive, that they're interested in making our government work better. And so that's a good thing. The downside, though, is that it's going to take a while for them to be a large enough share of the electorate to really start shifting things. And I think we're kind of in the inflection period where they can sway elections, but they can't necessarily dominate elections in the way that the baby boomers could do, starting with Bill Clinton's election in the 90s. And so that's going to take a little while. And so to some degree, all of my ideas, I think, are we've got time to build a movement around them, and there's a downside to that, which is we've got to wait. But the upside is that we probably have a little bit of time to figure out what the best solutions are. And so that being said, I mean, and maybe I'm going to sort of go against your preference, but if I could pick one, and the one that I think would have the biggest impact, and is doable, it would definitely be dramatically increasing the size of the House of Representatives and moving to multi-member districts with ranked choice voting. I mean, I think that those two go hand in hand. But I really do think that the two-party system in the United States is really broken. Now, if you had to ask me beyond that, what I would do, this is harder. And so you kind of asked which do I most think could happen. I think that's probably multi-member districts. What's the thing that I would most want to happen? That would be to create some type of solution that moves us towards a more proportional Senate, and sort of eliminate to some degree the potential of the Senate as a roadblock to all progressive action. And again, I'm using progressive, small p progressive. I'm not using it sort of from a democratic perspective. I'm using it from we have societal problems. Let's figure out ways to solve them. That doesn't mean that those have to be dominated by democratic ideas or Republican ideas. Again, I study climate change. Some of the better ideas on how to fix climate change emerged from conservative think tanks 25 years ago. Things like cap and trade and carbon taxes. Those came out of conservative think tanks. So I'm not saying that this progressive from a partisan perspective, just we've got problems and let's figure out how to solve them. And I think just the Senate is undemocratic. It's unrepresentative. We have tons of issues in the United States that 65 to 75% of Americans agree on. Universal health care, more equitable education, fighting the climate crisis. And none of those things can happen, even if they can obtain a majority vote in the majoritarian House of Representatives. They cannot get a hearing in the Senate. And so, again, I think you're right in suggesting that we're probably not too close to making that kind of a switch. But if there was one thing that I really wish we could do, that probably would be it.
So in terms of multi multi-member districts or increasing the number of senators, what are your thoughts about how we move in that direction? Just let me mention that with my limited knowledge of world history, the only class that ever voluntarily gave up its power were the samurai in ancient Japan. So please enlighten me.
Yeah, no, I think that this is why I've used the term movement several times to suggest that I think that the decision has to be taken out of the hands of the current occupants of those positions. There needs to be political pressure put on them by the electorate to make changes. I mean, and we have evidence in American history of mass movements really being able to shift what the political class does. I mean, so if you go back to, let's talk about political reform. If you go back to the populist movement of the late 19th century and the progressive movement of the early 20th century, they were able to get a whole bunch of incredibly progressive, more democratic reforms passed by legislatures, including a not very representative United States Congress. How did it happen? It happened because there was huge pressure and people knew that there was a bigger threat to their continuation in office from not taking action than from taking action and potentially losing their seat because people would not vote for them. And so, again, that's why I really am happy with younger members of Congress who are more and more talking about the need for real structural change, because I think they're hearing what a lot of rank and file party members, particularly right now on the Democratic side, but I don't know that that'll always be the case, are saying about real change. And so, I think that if that kind of a movement develops, if there's real pressure on, and it doesn't have to be a majority, right? It could just be a persuasive minority, but that can swing elections, then you can really, I think, shift the goalposts pretty significantly. And then things like increasing the number of the states becomes really possible because, quite frankly, that's not all that hard to do if you have a majority in Congress and you don't have the filibuster. Because basically creating new states is pretty straightforward. You just need both chambers of Congress to vote in favor of it with a majority vote. And if you're breaking a state from an existing state, that state has to vote in favor of it. So again, if I went to the state of California and said, hey, look at Alaska that has 2 senators and California has 2 senators, does that seem fair to you? I think a lot of Californians would probably say no. And again, I don't think it would just be Democratic Californians. I think a lot of Republican Californians in the Central Valley and Imperial Valley would say, yeah, this kind of sucks. We don't really have any representation in the Senate. And so if you went to them and said, hey, we're going to break up California into 15 different states that is going to better represent and provide more power for the people of California in the Congress, I think that a lot of people would get behind it. And then, if a state like California did it, well, Texas would have to do it, right? Because we can't allow Texas or California to all of a sudden have 30 senators and we only have 2. And so I think there would need to be some limits on how small these jurisdictions could be, and we wouldn't want too many of them. But I do think that with that kind of political movement that's really based around the need for structural change to become more democratic, a lot is actually possible.
Yes. I grew up in Pennsylvania, where it's often said on the east of the state, it's a very long state with a large population. On the east of the state is Pennsylvania, and on the west of the state is Pennsylvania, and in between it's Mississippi.
Right.
And so one could imagine that there would be a state of eastern Pennsylvania, a state of western Pennsylvania, and a state of central Pennsylvania.
There's a fantastic book. I'm going to forget the name of the author, but the book is named is entitled How Cities Lose. And they look specifically, the author looks specifically at the state of Pennsylvania as, which has a nonpartisan organization that does all redistricting, both for the state legislature and for congressional seats. And actually, this is one of the reasons why I think multi-member districts are so badly needed. The study essentially shows in this state that does it as pretty much as nonpartisan as you can make it, it still has a huge bias towards rural white voters and significantly penalizes urban Black and brown voters. And so, I mean, I think that sort of comes from this discussion of, Pennsylvania is an interesting place. And part of that is just because it's big and it encompasses a lot of different kinds of people. Is that great? And remember, like, states are states, they're pretty arbitrary, right? Like, why do we think that this should be set in stone in any significant way? From my perspective, it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at history. There's North Carolina and South Carolina. And of course, there was the Dakota Territory, which was broken into the North Dakota and South Dakota for political reasons. But that's happened before in American history. I just want to...
Sure, Maine was part of Massachusetts until 1820.
Until 1820, that's right.
But we haven't forgotten it.
But Virginia, which broke away from Virginia during the American Civil War, basically because it's opposition to the Confederacy. So,
what, you're talking about West Virginia?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Let me just pick up on a theme about you talk about a movement of the American people. It was, when you look at American history, it was the movement of the American people that have really brought about a greater realization of our values as a country, including enslaved people really were continually pushing to realize their own freedom, but also the values of the country. And when we, in our education of our children, we talk about the founders as if the 55 white men who were the Declaration of Independence and the framers of the Constitution, as if they made the American Revolution. I just want to mention a book that I've been reading just recently called The Will of the People, The Revolutionary Birth of America by T.H. Breen, a historian at Northwestern. And he's basically done a great deal of research into the sermons and the local newspapers, and he's looked at what were the people doing at the time leading up to the revolution. And what he shows very clearly is it was really the pressure of the people in small towns and rural areas that were pushing for independence. And they discovered the value of equality because they realized, even though they had differences, they all had the same value of freedom. And so they recognized that means we're equal. And so they created these values of equality and freedom. It's a wonderful book. It's not a book, by the way, published by some radical publisher. It's published by Harvard University, and it was published 2 years ago. I recommend it. It's a wonderful book.
Well, I'll add on to that one to say that I think the best book I've read in probably the last 5 years is Danielle Allen's Our Declaration.
Yes.
Which is just an absolutely stunning achievement of looking back at what the Declaration of Independence really meant, and that it wasn't just about liberty. It was just as much, if not a little bit more, about equality. And I mean, I think what Dr. Allen is trying to convey to contemporary Americans is that we really need to reinvest ourselves in the Declaration of Independence. And this goes to the heart of my argument to some degree, that the Declaration of Independence as a distillation of our true values really should be seen as more important than the US Constitution. Although I think there is a part of the US Constitution, the preamble, that we often ignore, that should also be seen as incredibly important in modern days. And going back to my discussion to the Supreme Court, I mean, the Supreme Court literally in a case in the early 20th century said that the preamble of the Constitution, literally the beginning of the Constitution, the fundamental principles, has no guiding force in jurisprudence. How can that be? When we know that early justices like Justice John Marshall used not only the Declaration of Independence, but the preamble in making decisions. So I think Richard, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I'm delighted to hear you say that. I also want to point out this little pocket copy of the Constitution and Declaration is, you often see it when Congress people are being interviewed. They will sometimes take it out of their pocket and hold it up. And last week, Justice Breyer of the Supreme Court was interviewed on PBS NewsHour. And as he was talking, he took it out of his pocket and brought it up. And I'd recommend, you can get it for $1.50 at the government printing office. And I recommend that we all carry it and think about it. And for those of you who teach young people, I think you should require that they all get a copy of this. And particularly, I agree, the beautifully written preambles of the Declaration and the Constitution are absolutely wonderful.
Richard, could I jump in for 1 second?
Please go ahead.
Thor mentioned Danielle Allen, and she's now a candidate for governor in Massachusetts. And one of the things that I really think that we need to not just keep remembering throughout these conversations is that we have to show tangible progress at the same time that we have these longer term ambitions. And one of the great ways to show tangible progress is to recruit terrific candidates for office. They don't always win, but there's no question that that's within our reach. And there are a lot of people who are subject to the flattery of people saying you would make a great, whatever it happens to be, school board member. And it was also the hardest thing to do as a party chair, by the way, is to recruit candidates, especially when the races were seemingly out of reach. But when you do that, and what happened I don't want to use the state of Maine as too much of a template, but when veterans came back from World War II and the Korean War, there was a one-party system in Maine. It was the Republican Party, and everything happened in the primaries or not. And so all these veterans that came back, and sort of follows the argument of a couple of scholars at Yale, that one of the few things that war is good for is democratizing society, because generally the elites need to find people to fight the wars, because since they don't want to, that then opens up the military to a rank, let's call them the rank and file citizens. They come back having fought the war, and then they think they deserve some greater representation. And that's exactly what happened in Maine. So all the veterans came back, and you had people like Frank Coffin and Ed Muskie and others who then became Democrats, probably not because they were terribly ideological at the time, but because that was the opportunity. And so anyway, I think it's all these things are within our reach, and as our political parties, well within our reach. If 10 citizens cared anywhere, I've seen people get elected governor of Maine with 10 friends, and really not much more than that. Now, I used to, when I did a program in Kenya, I said to them, there were over 1,000 farmers involved with an agricultural program, and I said, if you had 1,000 farmers in any state in the United States except for Texas, you could probably get elected governor of your state. And they all got it, even though these were Kenyans in the Rift Valley. They had seen enough television to kind of understand that Texas was probably different. But anyway, so I just, again, there's a lot that we can do right now, and let's not forget those items as well.
We have just 2 minutes till we move to our next presenter. Is there any short last comment that this panel wants to make?
Well, I'd like to respond to what Rick just said, which in theory makes perfect sense, but in practice, I think running for office has become so punishing and in many ways so unfair that I think it is actually leading to a deterioration in the quality of candidates, those who want to put up with what's going on now, both at the hands of the opposite political party, but also the media, also what goes on in social media. I mean, the threats on people's lives, what's going on now, one might ask, who in their right mind would want to put up with this? So
Yeah.
how's that for a downer as a last comment?
No, I won't let it be, just so we can't, so you won't leave us in a, but you know, I've got cartoons from the Abraham Lincoln era, because my great grandfather was one of his first biographers. It was a minister in Illinois, and those are not pretty exchanges. So it's always been tough. I agree with you that it is brutal, but I do think that, again, there's no way of getting around the fact that good people have got to do it, and we've got to encourage them, and we've got to help them, and more than just sending money, which seems to be now about the easiest part of running for office. Is you can go online and you can raise a large amount of money. So that's almost reversed the flow. But it wasn't easy even in the late 1980s. And it hasn't gotten any better, but we still have, that's where it starts.
Yeah, but everything is amplified now in a way that it wasn't before.
This is a wonderful dialogue, and we are all passionately engaged. And if we had more time, I'm sure we'd all be here drinking coffee and we would continue. And I hope that everyone will stay, if you possibly can, for our next presentation. And I'd like to introduce her. I see her camera is off. Davidica. Let's see, where is Davidica?
She's there.
Hello, Davidica. Hello. Yes, our next presenter is Davidica Little Spotted Horse, whose presentation is going to be why allyship, building up communities. And she is an activist, a recording artist, a matriarch, a mentor, and perhaps the most qualified person to call herself an American, if I could say. Davidica is an enrolled member of the Agala Lakota tribe living on the Pine Ridge Reservation. She was raised as a traditional Lakota woman with extensive knowledge of her Lakota history, language, and culture. As an artist and musician, she has mentored many youth in how to use positive activism to implement social change in their communities. She also created and co-created 2 youth programs to help combat the suicide epidemic on her reservation. As the great-granddaughter of Chief Bigfoot, Spotted Elk, she is determined to carry on her family history of providing sound leadership through example for her people. Promoting self-sustainability through food and energy sovereignty is something she is dedicated to achieving for her reservation. She believes that social change can only happen with productive native and non-native collaboration of open communication with safe space platforms. She has an unwavering belief in the ability of humanity to overcome past traumas and find healing through human connection. Davidica. Please go ahead.
Hello. Hello, my name is Davidica Little Spotted Horse. I'm an Oglala Lakota from the Pine Ridge Reservation, living here in South Dakota. I am also a mentor and a matriarch. But today I come to you to talk about the importance of being an active American. And I think a lot of times that's lost to us, especially right now in this day and age. It's lost to us about why it's important to have the mindset of being an American. All of the injustices and the things that have been going on across the whole country and in the whole world has brought us to a point that we don't know if we should believe in that kind of that pride anymore. Because I remember, when I was younger, it was such a pride and such a sense of pride to be an American. It was such a thing that we held dear to our hearts. And things have gone on since then, which doesn't mean that there's something new that has happened. It's actually truth being brought to the forefront that made us question if we should be proud or not, if we should be invested in the future of this country. And I believe that we should. And I believe that it's important because no matter what the diversity and no matter what the struggles that we have as Indigenous people, as non-Indigenous people, no matter what those things we are going through, we still have to recognize that we have something here in this country that they don't have in any other country. We still have a working democracy, no matter how flawed it is. And to me, I think that is something that we need to not let go of, but to build upon, to bring a different future, to build upon, to bring more opportunities and more insight, and definitely bring forward more truths. So my people, I know a lot of times people wonder why I'm so adamant about us working together as allies. Like why? Because of things that have gone on in our history. And I know for myself, especially from my people, from the Oglala Lakota perspective, this government was originally determined and focused on the annihilation of my people. They were focused and brought directives to their own people in the government and across the whole country to not just commit genocide, but to do it brutally. So, and it's not just my tribe, but also other tribes, but I can only tell you about my history with my people. But with all the tribes, here's a country that was founded on pushing us out. Here's a country that was founded on stopping us, taking our land from us, taking our resources, everything they could to assimilate us, or, like I said, to annihilate us. So, why would we as Native Americans want to push for unity and want to push for a working collaboration together? But I believe that we as Indigenous people, we're unique. We're unique in a way that we, when we look into the future, we don't look next week or next month. We see the future in generations. We see our children and our grandchildren. Sorry. We see our future for our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. So everything we do is for that. Everything we do is to secure that future, to secure a better future than what I had. And my mother tried to secure a better future than what she had. So to me, that our unique perspective in seeing in generations is what keeps us focused on what the bigger picture is, what the bigger picture for humanity, not just the bigger picture for us as Indigenous people, the bigger picture for all of mankind. And that's what's unique, is our aptitude for forgiveness, our resiliency, our strength in our spirituality, and our power to heal from that kind of trauma, that kind of history that was pushed upon us. So because of that, we understand why we need to push forward and build these relationships. We need to be unified as human beings without losing our uniqueness in our different cultures and our different races. And once we decide to make that decision, or once we make that decision to be ourselves, be proud of who we are, not, as Indigenous people, as whatever race you are, but still understand that we are, as a collective, as a human race, are not going to get any further. We're not going to get any justice. We're not going to get any healing. We're not going to get any kind of reconciliation, and unless we do this, unless we decide that the future of humanity is more important than our differences. And I do go into our communities, and I do go into speak to the different youth about why it's important to be open to being an ally, to collaborating with community projects, with different types of programs, but also with the movement of equality, the movement of justice, the movement of civil rights, the movement of stopping cultural appropriation. Because I do believe that we can be strong and proud and knowledgeable of our own culture, but still have respect for one another's. We don't have to force other people to believe the way we believe, and we don't have to force people to assimilate to our mentality, just like they don't have to do that to us. We can still be strong and in our own identities and our own culture, and work together for the same common purpose, which is having equal rights, which is having civil rights, which is having, social justice. So, like I said, when I'm, a lot of times people are confused because they would think that as an Indigenous person, and as the history that I've been through and the history that my people have been through, that we would want to hate all non-natives or hate other people and not want to have anything to do with them. But it's actually the opposite. It's the opposite, because we understand that building our communities is going to be more of a positive reinforcement. It's going to be more of a, how would you say, more of a serious movement. The magnitude is going to be huge once we decide to come together. And I see it happening now everywhere across the country, across the world, that we are letting go of these small differences so that way we can make big jumps, not just politically, but in the grassroots, with the grassroots people, in the common man's world, in each small community, each small neighborhood, coming together to do small things that add to this healing of our country. And I believe that if we learn to be good allies, that is our main tool, the main skill that we're going to use to be able to help heal. Because I know that there's, like, everyone here on the board, everyone on the panel is so knowledgeable and so educated in politics, in sciences, in the foods and marketing, so many things that you guys have that covered. But we have to take a step back to the common man, to the everyday neighbor, to the people who live in your hometowns. What can they do as just a common person that can add to the healing of this country? What can they do every day to bring more positive change and bring more awareness? And one of the things, especially, I think, is arming them with knowledge, like what we're doing here today, sharing ideas, sharing aspirations, sharing, educating in what we are doing in our platforms, and what we're doing with ourselves, to be able to empower with knowledge, so that way the common man can figure out what they want to do when they want to step forward. For myself, I know that a lot of times when I say we have to learn to be a good ally, A lot of people don't understand what I mean by that. And what I mean is, the savior complex, that is something that we have to try to get away. And I'm not saying that that's just, I know some people say it's only non-natives, it's only non-natives or white people that have savior complex. That's not true, because I know I went through a savior complex myself in my day. When I was younger, I was like, I'm gonna save everyone in my community, and I'm gonna tell them what's good for them. I'm gonna show them that they have to be this way and they have to be that way and be super native, and we just all have to, march forward with our moccasins on, and we're gonna do all this. No. So, but I also learned, in with my experience and age, of course, that I can't do that. I can't force people to believe what I believe just because I think it's so great. But I had to learn myself how to be a good ally. That empowering people is different than saving people. People need to be empowered. Communities need to be empowered. They need to be empowered through education. They need to be empowered by believing in themselves, by bringing a sense of self-esteem, a sense of self-love, and self-motivation. Because a lot of times we talk about, especially on my reservation, a big problem with the people who are beaten down in this country is that they lose a sense of self-esteem and a self-belief. And because they lose that sense of self-belief and self-esteem, they won't even try. They won't even participate in community activities, or even being a good neighbor, much less stepping up and helping with some kind of positive change. So for me, teaching how to be a good ally is the most important thing we can do. And what does that mean to be a good ally? Listening without judgment, giving advice that's, in a respectful manner, not talking down, not being condescending to someone, but being on equal level and speaking out of respect and sharing whatever your vision is or whatever your advice is in a loving manner, in a compassionate manner, and bringing projects that you think will help a community by presenting it because it's their community, presenting it in a respectful way, not coming in to say, this is how it needs to be done. No, coming in a different way, saying, here's what I have to share with you. And if you can use that, I want to be there to help you, to teach you how to use that. I want to be there to encourage you and to educate you on how to use what I'm bringing you to implement and how possibly bring good changes to your community. A lot of times, because we're so excited of something we have, we end up trying to push that onto communities. And then there's that backlash. And then we don't understand why. Like, this is great for this community. This is amazing for this community. Why won't they just do it? Why won't they just listen to us? Not realizing that we haven't even built standing in that community. We haven't even been amongst the community to earn their trust so they know that we have good intentions. And that's a big thing also, not just in my reservation, but, political leaders across the country not taking the time to come into their communities and getting to know the people in their communities, getting to know what they need, what they want, what they're lacking, but also what their strengths are, what they're strong in, what they can build upon. Because I think we as a society nowadays, we're so stuck on the negative and so stuck on the lacking that we forget to build upon the strengths of our communities, build upon the diversity, build upon the knowledge, the experience, the life experiences that a lot of people have in our communities, and finding those little gems in our communities that actually can share their experience to build good programs. With myself, I think that, listening to your guys' presentations, and yesterday I missed it, but I went on YouTube. Thank you guys for putting on YouTube. So I went on YouTube to listen to more presentations. I was literally blown away on all the amazing insight, all the knowledge, all the education, all of the passion. And I think that's the thing that we lack in this country today is there's a handful of passionate people, which is awesome. But we need to build that. We need to build upon that. We need to come into the communities and bring that passion back. And we have to figure out what can we do to do that? What can we do to bring passion back to our citizens in the United States? Because once they have that passion, and once we have connection and we have more community building, we'll get back to that sense that I remember when I was younger that did bring me pride as an American. And I know when I first had spoken to Richard some years ago, when he told me about this, and he told me about his love for Lincoln, and there was a little pause between him and I, because my history with Lincoln was different than his history with Lincoln, and probably maybe be different from your guys' history with Lincoln and other citizens. You know, to other citizens, I do understand that he did have some great qualities as a man, but as a president, and at my history with Lincoln at that time was that he ordered the death of 38 Dakota men to be hung because they wouldn't be assimilated. So, you know, even with that, I had to step back and think, do I want to be part of this, what he is doing, because of, you know, the, I guess, references to Lincoln? Would that be going against my values and my beliefs? And I had to sit down and really think about it. And I talked to one of my uncles, and he said, well, it's true, but all you can bring is the truth. And that's all we can do, is bring the truth and bring the facts. And it doesn't mean that I'm swayed either way. It just is. And I think that's what we as Americans really are having a struggle with right now. Like, do we acknowledge the hurt from the past and heal from it to build our communities? Or do we hold on to that and start being bitter and vengeful and hateful towards each other and towards the government and towards America because of the history? For myself, I can't do that myself. I can't hold on to hatred, and I can't hold on to prejudice or any kind of separatism. And if I really, you know, go down to the root of it, in Lakota way, I'm a traditional Lakota woman, by the way. I'm not a Christian. I don't have nothing against that, but I'm not. But you know, my spiritual beliefs is traditional Lakota, and in our beliefs, there is no such thing as racism. There's no such thing as discrimination or prejudice or separatism. We don't even acknowledge races the way other people acknowledge races. We just say they're human beings and they're different from different, I guess, bands, different tribes. So, you know, to us, it's not that kind of a division. So how do we move past that? Like, how do we move past the history of this country and the things that we're embarrassed and ashamed of and the things that hurt us that the country did? And all we can do is honestly have pity on the people that went through it at that time. And I know it's a huge leap for some people to go, what? They should have known better. That was back then. They knew about human decency, this. But honestly, you know, when this country first started in 1400, that's not true. They didn't have that idea. They weren't diverse. They didn't have any idea how to even handle or deal with Indigenous people, much less their own people, because their own people were running from persecution from a different country. So here is a group of people that were honestly brutalized themselves, abused themselves, and coming to seek refuge here. And that's what they knew. So now we can look back and say that they had very dysfunctional thinking back when they started this country. And they did the very best that they could with what they had. And same thing with even my great-grandfather, or my grandfather, not great-grandfather, that's too far back, but my grandfather, he was the first generation in our families to be put in boarding school. And he picked up a lot of bad habits. And so when he came back, you know, with that dysfunctional mentality, we couldn't really hold it against him because it was what he was taught. It was the way he was raised. And we can hate and be upset and be hurt, or we can stop that cycle. And I feel like that's where we are in humanity right now. We're not ignorant anymore. We're not, our eyes are not closed anymore. This isn't the 1950s anymore, where there's no access to other races and other cultures and other histories. We don't have that anymore. So we have no excuse to not heal. And we honestly have to make a decision. We have to make a conscious decision to say, this is it. Let's stop this dysfunctional cycle as a country. This dysfunctional cycle where we push each other away, where we hold each other at arm's length, where we try to prove which race is better. Like, no, we need to stop that now. We need to stop, because that's what's hindering us. And I remember an amazing compliment from a journalist I was working with. He said, when I first came across the movement at Standing Rock, and I was part of that also, by the way, but start the movement at Standing Rock and how so many Indigenous people came together. He said that's what I guess impressed him the most, was that even though we were all these different tribes, and even though we were not near each other, when it came down to it, we all came together. We knew it was something that was for the common good of our people. And we dropped everything and we let go of all of our past anything with each other and came together. And there was like 120 something tribes represented at Standing Rock. And it's true. Like even the Crows came, and that's a joke. Like Lakotas and Crows, historically we were enemies, but even the Crows came to help us, and that was historical. And so when you think about that, in this society, we can implement that also. Implement yes, we don't agree on every little single thing, but as far as the bigger picture and humanity and this country and the success of this country, we have to stop with the separating each other. We have to stop with the dividing each other and the divisionary tactics that we do, and we don't even realize we do, ourselves. And I can tell you with myself, being weary of who I get involved with, and instead of giving them the chance first, and then if they mess up, then saying, oh no, they messed up, I should step away. Instead, we as a society have been programmed to mistrust first, question first, be weary of first, stereotype first, and then make the person earn a place in our daily lives, or earn the right to give us advice. And honestly, I feel like that's backwards. That's a backwards way of thinking, because if we keep doing that, nobody's going to trust anybody. No one's going to step forward and work with each other at all. And to me, I think I know as an Indigenous person what we bring to the table as the Indigenous community in this country. We bring hope. We bring the resiliency of not giving up on humanity. Myself, I know that as Indigenous people, even though we've gone through so many things, we still see a bright future. We're still dedicated to being good American citizens. We're still dedicated to having our communities safe and protected, and still dedicated to bringing more programs, more projects, working with more people outside of our reservations to bring in more knowledge and more education to our people. To me, that says a lot. It says a lot. And I'm hoping that we can all learn to be good allies. And I'm hoping that once we get the word out and the understanding of all these things that not just myself am working on, but you guys on this panel, amazing things that you guys are working on, once we can bring that to the forefront, and it will show that there isn't just a little tiny handful of people, that there's a growing handful of people, that there's a growing community of people that are believing in this country and believing in the success of this country. I remember back when I was in my high school days, and by the way, I used to read a lot, like really read a lot. So I was reading something then about the longest running democracy being Rome, and how they had only lasted for a couple hundred years, and then it just all fell apart, and nobody could understand why. And there's all of these people with all their opinions and ideas of what happened. And I remember us celebrating our 200-year democracy here in America, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, now we're, if we keep going, we're going to be the longest. But what did happen over there? So what could we do so it doesn't happen here? And I think that we have a different type of democracy. That's why I totally believe that we have a democracy that was built on indigenous idea and example of democracy, which is different from other democracies. And even within my own tribe, before we were put on reservations, we had a democracy. I know that there's the title chief and all these different titles that they gave us in English, but in Lakota way, we don't have the word chief. We have the word nacha, which is leader, the person who stands to speak for the people. And because he is a person who stands to speak for the people, he isn't bossing us around. He is representing us. And so we, as the people, make a decision. We made decisions on, when to leave a hunting ground, which way to go, when to go to war, when not to go to war, when to have ceremony. And the nachas, the leaders, would just let everyone know this is a consensus. And here's my idea and what it is, and what if it's a good idea or not a good idea. And then they're talking about it. And then he says, yes, we all decided we're going to do this. So we did have our own democracy. And to me, I think that's why this country is going to flourish, because we do know what democracy is. And we do have different examples of good democracy, different examples of already working democracies that we're going already. And building upon that is something that I seriously do truly believe in. I'm hoping that we can work together in the future and push more projects, more programs. And like I said, I was watching everybody today and all of their presentations, and I'll continue for the rest of the week and sharing that with the people here in my community and letting them know that this is what's going on. These are what these people are working on. This is how, in giving the younger people something to aspire to also. I think that's the biggest thing. And here, seeing everybody with their education and their degrees just made me so happy, because that's something that we're pushing a lot here on a reservation, is helping build the young people's self-esteem to believe that they can be successful in college, that an education does mean something, and that it will be a tool that will help them in the future. So to me, I think, like I said, being a good ally is the most important thing we can do in our communities to build programs, to build projects. I do work on a program to help combat our suicide epidemic here on our reservation. And it's true, the young people here are taking their life at an alarming rate because they don't believe there's anything past the reservation for them. And also because there's nothing here on the reservation for them. But working in these kinds of collaborations, I know that this is going to help with an outreach and help bring more knowledge here, so we can be self-sufficient and really practice our own type of sovereignty, where we are building our communities up into a place where the kids here can be proud also, and be good community members also. In conclusion, I know that I'm a different type of presenter than everybody else, and I don't have all of the the knowledge and the education that way, but I do have the experience, and I do have, like you said, the unwavering belief in humanity. And I do know that the grassroots outreach is going to be what builds this country strong. I know that the grassroots outreach, the everyday neighbors, the everyday community members are going to be what saves this country. They are, because they're the ones who are going to be voting. They're the ones that are going to be out there sharing whatever knowledge that we have for them. We're going to be the ones passing on the messages. They're going to be rallying together when the time comes for real change to be made. They're going to be the ones stepping up. So I do know that we have to cover all bases. We have to cover all levels of this country, not just the political forum, but also the social forum, the community forums, the youth, the elderly especially, and bringing that strength back into this country is going to help us to flourish and help us to be successful, and not just successful, but heal from this trauma that we have in our past. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. And as one of those educated people, I would just say, don't overvalue the book learning that that our fellow panelists have been expressing. I think you bring a depth of compassion and feeling, a spiritual depth that is so important. And oftentimes, educated people have a lot of wonderful ideas, but that spiritual grounding, that moral grounding, that deep human connection is absolutely essential, because all these ideas really won't move anybody unless we are humanly connected. And you've expressed that beautifully.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you mentioned earlier how we discussed Abraham Lincoln. And I just want to mention something about that terrible incident in Minnesota, where he eventually decided that 38 Lakota men be executed. It was the largest state execution in the history of America, the history of the United States. And the context really is important. And I would assign the blame, if we have to do that, to the white settlers who were pushing in Minnesota into the Lakota land, and were pushing the Lakota off their native lands that they'd occupied for centuries. And they naturally defended themselves, and they fought back against the settlers, and there were terrible atrocities on both sides. The US Army came in and, of course, supported the settlers and captured 600 Lakota men. Perhaps you know this history, so I'm just speaking to the larger audience. And the US Army captured, this was during the Civil War, captured 600 Lakota men and sent to Washington the demand that all 600 be executed. And Lincoln was shocked. And he said, we're fighting a civil war. This would be terrible. He was looking for a way to push back against these Army generals, the US Army generals. And he hit upon the idea, he said, we're a country of laws. To do such an execution, I need to see the legal cases against each of these 600 men who are accused. And so this drew out the process, and the Army gathered all these cases, and they sent 600 cases to Lincoln. And he sat there at his desk and he read through, he was a lawyer, he read through each of these files, and he looked and for some little legal reason to say, no, this man should not be executed. And he sat there, and this was during the Civil War when he was conducting the war. And he sat there day and night, went through these 600 cases, and he whittled down the 600 that were being demanded to be executed to 38. And it led to the largest mass pardoning in the history of the United States. So it's a tragic, complex situation. And I don't in any way want to justify what happened, but I agree with you that we need to understand history. And I very much appreciate your compassion in what you said about the white settlers who came to the British colonies in escaping from their trauma. And as a psychologist, I'm well versed in understanding how trauma is passed from generation to generation. It doesn't end with the death of one generation. It's passed to the children. And your people have lived with trauma for hundreds of years. And it's something that we as a people, as the American people, of all of us, of many peoples, we have to understand how we all carry these traumas and how they get in the way, as you've said, to our being allies and working for our greater common good and our greater humanity. So I just want to thank you again for a wonderful spiritual and psychological presentation. And I'd like to invite Winslow Myers, who's going to participate in the Q&A, and anyone else in the Zoom room, if you want to undo your mics and your cameras and let's have a fuller discussion. Winslow.
Yeah, I'm very, very moved. And rather than to ask a question, I would really like to provide a little personal story in response to Davidica that gives some context to the voice that is coming out of her, which has an incredible depth. And I live on Great Salt Bay right now, which is a tidal estuary that's full of oysters. And I can actually point my camera out the window and you can see what a beautiful place it is, full of oysters. And right across the bay lies 75 acres that belong to my late wife's family. And along the shoreline of that property is a gigantic mound of oyster shells. It's incredibly deep and long. And it turns out that these piles of shells are a piece of the evidence of how long the native peoples have been here. We say we're a young country. These piles go back to 2000 BC. So Davidica is speaking out of this incredible depth. She talked about the Roman civilization lasting, 200 years, 500 years, much, much longer. In fact, as I said in my talk this morning, there was a fish weir, an indigenous fish weir found in the foundation of one of the skyscrapers being built in Boston that was dated back to 6,000 years ago. These shells here became the thesis of my brother's undergraduate thesis at Princeton. He wrote all about them, and he says that the Abenaki peoples would come down here early in the spring from the Bangor area to the coast and be sustained by the oysters and by a small migratory fish called the alewife. So I recount this not out of white liberal guilt, but with a feeling of awe at the depth and endurance of your civilization. And there is one book that I really hope that we all look at, and it's Thomas Berry's The Dream of the Earth. And one of its essays is about the native peoples and the contributions of culture that they have made. And here we are, we white Europeans, as you said, Davidica, tried to annihilate. And now we are dependent upon your wisdom to move into the future in terms of sustainability. So, and to a definition of the human that is soulful rather than materialistic and short-term thinking and narrow self-interested. So I was very moved by what you said, and that's my personal response to it.
Thank you.
Does anyone else in the Zoom room want to comment or ask a question? If not, I just will make another comment. I learned recently, language embodies falsehood as well as truth. And so we have to be very careful about the words we use and the concepts. And I learned recently where the concept of Indian giver came from. It came from the fact that the early settlers, when they interacted with native peoples, the native peoples didn't have a concept of private property. That was a European concept. And so they were generous, these native peoples, and if they had something, they would give it to these white settlers. And then after a passage of time, the Native Americans might need to use whatever that was, and they'd come back to the settlers and they'd say, we need that back. And of course, the white settlers, believing in private property, thought, well, you gave this to me, it's mine now. And it just shows how these completely different concepts we get embodied in our language. And I totally agree with Winslow's story that the native peoples, some 520 some tribes, is that right, Davidica?
Well, way more than that. I think so, yeah.
How many would you say?
I think they're like 643 tribes.
643. Okay, thank you.
Recognized tribes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That shows these educated people don't know much. But Winslow's point that the native peoples, these 643 peoples, have a spiritual view of life that is connected naturally to other peoples, to nature, to trees and animals and water and sky, that really can be a great liberation for modern Americans who fight so much over private property and who owns this and who owns that and who's going to benefit from this and who's going to benefit from that. If we can't form the kind of allyship that you've been talking about, Davidica, I think we will perish in our own lack of understanding.
Yes, definitely. I know when I was first traveling around off the reservation, it happened to be my birthday. And I remember they're asking what I wanted to do for my birthday. And in Lakota way, when you want to honor someone, we have a giveaway. And it's called a giveaway. So like if my daughter had done something great, she graduated from high school, I would gather, things from the whole year. And the next year I'd give away in her honor. And so, bring the community together and give them each something and to honor my daughter. And I remember the non-native people that I was visiting were like, what we thought, like, you on your birthday, you get gifts, you don't give stuff away. And I was like, you do? So it was like something that was surprising to me too. I was like, huh, that's funny, because I never heard it the other way, where everybody's giving the person stuff. I thought that, you're honoring that person, so that person gives things away. And so that was something I had to get used to too. Like was any celebration we have, weddings, naming ceremonies, anything like that, we're the person who's being, that's the honors, is the one giving the things away. I hadn't heard about the other way, like everybody brings them stuff, and it was a big difference, but it also showed me that type of mentality. And so now the people that I did stay with, now they practice that. Instead of having everyone bring a gift, they bring them together, and then they have the dinner, and then give them something to leave with.
Wonderful. Well, I see Margaret Jackson, who has been an active listener and participant. Your camera's on. Do you have a comment or question?
Oh, Davidica, thank you for weaving in your voice and the voice of your people. It's always my heart. I almost can't speak when I encounter a voice connected to a sense of kinship with the world that many have lost. And I feel that reconnection, establishing that, is a part of the bridge that brings humanity into what they're intended to be, and gives us a place to walk beyond the past, because we return to the community of life. And you've probably heard today, there's a lot of the fears that are driving the animus is partly a fear of whites becoming minorities, perceived as minorities. And I can only imagine what that must be like. And I can only imagine not being in that skin, what that must be like to think about, my goodness, what happens to us? What we've appropriated and what we have dished out to other. And other, just as you pointed out, we don't think like that. Mm-hmm. In fact, even when it comes to me sitting here, I quiver on identity because of my own native roots. But more important, my own earth-based roots. No matter where you look, we're people connected to the earth. And where we have identity, our values follow. And that's what I'm really interested in, the conversations that I have with Indigenous here in North America and everywhere I go, because I feel they hold, you talking about what you were hearing, but we haven't stopped to read the books of nature itself, the library that is the living world. We don't pay attention to. And it's all bound up in what you are connected to and what you convey. And I am looking forward to a time in which all of a sudden we just go, what have we been doing? What have we been doing? I'll say more about that on Friday, but I want to thank you I feel like there's a thread deeply connected to myself and you. I know it is. I just know that. I feel that, know it. And I'm really grateful that whatever was going on with Lincoln, that you came to join us anyway.
Yeah.
Very good. I see Georgette Bennett is still in the room. I wonder if she could join us. Maybe she stepped away.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm still here, but I'm listening in on this one without comment because, as I said, my new book, which is on religicide, has a long chapter on Indigenous Americans and what has been done to them. So I just want to listen in this one and
all right, could you
and think about it in terms of that chapter rather than commenting now. but thank you.
Well, I'm oh, sorry. I'm really happy to hear that you're writing something on that, because that's also one of the projects that I work on here on the reservation, is stopping religious abuse within my communities. And I go out into other reservations and do workshops there about how to stop religious abuse and the difference between people who are using religion to hurt others, and still having respect for those who have their own strong beliefs, having respect for other people's beliefs, but knowing that there's a line that can't be crossed. And that is another thing that we as Indigenous people, I know a lot of people are surprised to hear, but it wasn't until the late 70s that we were allowed to have freedom of religion, and that we were able to practice our ceremonies in public, and we weren't able to before then. And I think that's, like I said, one of the long lines of things that the government has done to our people, that we have learned to forgive, because that is within our own belief system, is forgiveness.
Yes, and of course, one of the ways in which Native Americans were forced to assimilate to the conquering society was through the imposition of religion and the imposition of Christianity. And in California, of course, there was a notorious boarding school, which presumably was meant to impart Christianity in a benevolent way, and enormous abuses took place there. So, and yet the indigenous religions, which had so much to do with stewardship of the land and how one ate, and the killing of the buffalo, of course, was another way to destroy indigenous life, because Native Americans were very dependent on the buffalo roaming the Great Plains for food, but they never killed more than they could use. And every bit of the buffalo was used, the hide, the bones to make tools, the hides to make clothing, the food to eat. But then with the white man coming, the buffalo became a commodity, and buffalo were killed indiscriminately with a lot of waste, just for the hides, because the hides brought a lot of money. And by destroying the buffalo and hunting them and decimating them, of course, a major food source for Native Americans was destroyed. So here I said I wasn't going to comment, and I'm going on and on and on.
Well, on that one, that was a part of the strategy. The killing
Yes.
of the buffalo was seen as killing. It was a part of the genocidal approach to
That's right.
buffalo behavior.
That's right.
But then you have the doctrine of discovery.
Yes.
And that is something I've worked with the grandmothers with. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, this conversation can blow up, but that's an important one, because there are treaties. I mean, remember, every time a ship sailed and landed representing a king, a kingdom, Spain, what have you, the papal bulls were read, giving them to the Catholic Church, all the children, mm-hmm. and to be converted just by reading the papal bull. And these are still in force. This is a sore spot, but it also underlies much of the entanglement of this nation with regard to these matters. And we've been caught up in it. I had to be, in my family, to survive, had to be sure that they'd made no mention of having native blood. And there was a lot of mingling when we came.
So you have some native blood.
Absolutely, yes, many of us do.
Mm.
But the census made in jobs, none of that. We're proud Black people. When we moved north, that census could not show any association. And yet my own grandmother came off of lands that was actually lands that her family came into. They were moved off of the lands in Georgia, didn't quite make it to Oklahoma. And in Alabama, there's heir deed land that moves through the family because of our native blood.
Sorry.
Yes. So that's a story that's lost because we had to make choices in order to be able to move and have jobs and not be caught up in that trail of tears that pushed people onto reservations. So you had to make a choice. But that was calculated because they didn't want the census to show the real numbers of either population.
And it's interesting about the land. And I think, Myra, earlier you brought up the theme of reparations. And of course, we're used to thinking of reparations in terms of monetary reparations. But I think there's a misunderstanding of the native culture there, because what is meaningful there in Davidica, please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I was not speaking of financial reparations only.
But in the case of Native Americans, it's not the money that they want, but to get the land back. Because it's the land that's meaningful, not the money. Am I correct in that, Davidica?
Yes, you are correct. And in fact, I think people don't understand that we want the land back to leave it as pristine as it is. Because most people who get land, they want to develop it and they want to make money off of it. And they can't understand how Native Americans just want land and just to leave it be. Because, in this day and age, in this society, monetary is everything. And they can't grasp the fact that there's a human population that money means nothing to us. And it's not that we think we can, we understand that people need it to survive in, necessity stuff, but in the bigger picture, there is no way that any kind of money could make up for any of the land that was taken. And there's no way that we would trade any amount of money for the land that needs to be given back.
And among those lands is the American National Park System.
Yep.
That was mostly land taken from Native Americans that would probably be better off in their hands because of their centuries-long stewardship of that land.
One of the proposals that's been discussed is that the national parks should be run by Native Americans.
Yeah, by a consortium of tribes.
Yes. I want to bring up, these are very important amplifications of what Davidica was causing us to think about. When Davidica, you say forgiveness is part of your spiritual tradition. I was thinking about how there are stages of forgiveness, and that, an apology really is of little meaning. And forgiveness is not a one-party activity. For one party to forgive another party, that doesn't quite get us very far. I think true forgiveness involves two parties, the aggressor and the victim. And the two parties have to first agree on what happened. Well, why do we have to start talking about forgiveness? Well, something happened, and there was a victim and there was an aggressor. And the two parties need to talk about together. I mean, talk about allyship. This would be a step toward allyship. The two parties need to talk about what did happen, and they have to agree to a common understanding of that history, that they both
And that it was wrong.
And that there was wrong involved. That's right. The aggressor did a wrong against the victim. And once they agree to that, that's a first step of a fuller type of forgiveness. The next step is what is going to be done to repair what was done. And
making amends. Yeah.
Making amends. And this is the fuller sense. And the two parties need to work together to create that repair. Reparations as a word is based upon the concept of repair. When something is ripped or broken, it needs to be remended and repaired. And that's something that two parties need to do together, the aggressor party and the victim party. Can't be done just by the noble, superior compassion of the victim. It has to be actively participated in by the aggressor. And from that standpoint, I wonder if you and your colleagues in your tribe or in other tribes are working with religious leaders in the white churches and synagogues and mosques on this larger process of forgiveness.
I know that I have reached out to the ones here on my reservation, and I was pretty surprised because myself, I've never stepped in a church. I've never been, I mean, I've stepped in a church, but I've never been like to church services and stuff. But so I didn't understand what they teach in there. And so the churches that I did go to here on our reservation, surprisingly, did not want to have that conversation because they honestly, blatantly told me that we're wrong, like that our beliefs are like, I guess, a sin, a sinning or whatever. So if it's a sin, then they don't think that we should sit down and have a conversation. And but also let you know, a lot of the churches here are evangelical, so they actually do preach against our traditional ways here. And so I had to myself go into the communities and approach the churches and let them know, like, you can't do that. You can teach whatever you need to teach, but you can't call down traditional people. You can't be saying really rude, because they were even passing out flyers that our medicine men were devil worshippers. It was pretty bad. We had to get a handle on it, but we did. And like I said, I was very surprised, because if any priest or pastor came to a sweat lodge, like came to one of our ceremonies, we would never treat them disrespectful, and we would never call down their beliefs. And if, and I've never even heard that. In all the ceremonies I've been into since I was just a little kid, I have never heard a medicine man or a spiritual leader call down anyone's beliefs or talk bad about any other belief. But it's not that. Unfortunately, it wasn't the same way when I did approach these. But on the other hand, I have a really good friend who is he's a Catholic priest, and him and I have conversations all the time. So, I guess it just depends on the person on both sides, honestly. So, yeah. But to me, I'd be willing to sit down, because like I said, I don't have anything against anyone's beliefs. That's their choice. That's the other thing. As a Lakota person in our traditional ways, we would never impose our beliefs on other people. We can share our knowledge, and if they want to learn more, and especially about our spirituality, then it's there for them. It's free knowledge. Of course, we share it with you, but we would never impose, and we would never convert, and we do not, if you come here, we're in a sweat lodge, we'll give you a free, I don't know, dream catcher or something. I don't know. We don't do those kinds of things, or here's some food if you come pray with us, like that, conversionary tactics we do not do. But like I said, but it's different. It's different. And to me, I have nothing against anyone's beliefs, but I do not stand for people using their beliefs as an excuse to justify abusive behavior. And whether that's physical, spiritual, sexual, emotional, any of that, because that does go on. There's a lot of people who do use their religious beliefs or the religious backgrounds to abuse my Indigenous people, and that has to stop. Yeah.
Yes, well, I hope you continue to reach out to the clergy because you, as you say, you do have to find the ones who really understand the spiritual meaning of their own religion, which believes, for example, in the Christian churches, believes that everyone is a child of the same God. So there are good clergy, and there are ones that use their power as clergy for evil purposes. And I just want to recall something that I learned recently, that and I learned it from this book, The Will of the People, where the revolutionary birth of America, in which this historian actually looked at the clergy and their role among the people who were opposing British tyranny. And he points out that during the French Revolution, there were 2,000 priests that were murdered by the French people when they revolted. The reason was that the French priests had supported the powerful government and the elite that was suppressing the people. So when the people caused the revolution, they wanted to get rid of these evil priests, and they murdered them. In the American Revolution, there were no priests or clergy that were murdered. And the reason was that the Protestant clergy supported the will of the people to resist tyranny, foreign tyranny, gave them courage, said they were justified in fighting for their own dignity and freedom. And they taught their congregations that political passivity, being passive in the face of injustice, was sinful. And when the revolution took place, no clergy were killed in America. Striking.
Wow, that's
Striking. Yeah. So I encourage you to reach out and try to find some truly spiritual clergy and form allyship with them. Well, this is wonderful. If there are any other comments, I see, unfortunately, Georgette must have had to leave. If anyone else has a comment, or if Davidica, you want to have a comment.
Well, I was just going to say what Myra had said about her family having to hide being Native. That is so not uncommon, and it did happen in history everywhere, everywhere across the United States, because Indigenous people were being persecuted and brutalized. Like, they had to do things to save their families, whatever that meant, and it's unfortunate, and especially how many people are lost from different tribes because of the situation of the government and what they've done to Native peoples, taking children. And they had the 60 sweep, they call it, where they just took hundreds of thousands of children and put them in foster homes or adopted them off to make them forget. And the irony of that is they became adults in the 80s and 90s and found their way back. And I know that that's something that a lot of people are confused about and also curious about. But I completely believe that it's because, we as Indigenous people, we have something in our DNA. It's ancestral knowledge. And that ancestral knowledge brings us back to our people, and it sits there, and we feel it. We know, we feel our indigenous blood, no matter what they do to us, no matter where they put us, no matter what they take from us. We always end up finding our way home, because we do have that in our blood, and we can't even explain it and why it is that way, but it is. And even for me, something simple as traveling off the reservation, and then when I get back here, I'm like, feel a sense of relief, like I'm back with my people. I'm okay now. I'm fine. And I feel so bad for the people who don't have that or had that taken from them. And I'm glad that now there's different initiatives to get people, and especially in the next 10 years, hopefully I'll be able to take one of my fights, which is the abolishment of the blood degree to Congress, like abolishing this blood degree, this blood quantum law. I don't know if you know about it, but right now, we as Indigenous people, if we want, we're the only race that has to prove we're our race. And because I've never heard of anyone having an Irish blood quantum or an Asian blood quantum or even an African American blood quantum, but for Native Americans to be enrolled in a tribe, you have to be a certain blood quantum. And the tribe that you're a part of, I guess they decide what the blood quantum is, and you have to be like a quarter of Native or you can't be enrolled. And to me, that's the most disgusting thing ever. Like, why would you do that? And because of that, there's so many people like Myra herself, like so many people out there who cannot claim being Native because they don't have this blood quantum. But that's a part of the genocidal tactic. That's a genocidal move to, like I said, to annihilate us, to cut our numbers down. And if you cut the numbers down to nothing, then we don't exist anymore, and they don't have to honor their treaties. Just think, if they abolished the blood quantum and they only went by DNA, probably almost this whole country would be considered Native American, and the government would have to provide free medical, free education, all of the things that were guaranteed in treaties. And that's huge. And, hopefully, like I said, next 10 years, it'll catch on that we need to abolish that. And once we abolish it, then anyone who's part Native can claim their tribe, and anyone that's part of that tribe will be qualified for the treaty rights. And there you go, a whole country that gets free medical the way they should be getting, and free education.
You will love this, Davidica. There is on my father's mother. Her line comes out of Louisiana, and the Winepot Indian affiliation of her people is considered extinct, but that's in our blood. On the other side, of my mother's side, then there's, the story I told you. But that's how it's already, these different tribes are already considered to be extinct.
Yep. And
that's my situation. Yeah, on that one side.
Does Secretary is it Holland? Allen, yes, who has a Native American, she's Native American, who's Secretary of Interior. Is she working to get rid of this law?
I don't know because and that's the other thing too. There's the people who have drank the Kool-Aid, who believe that it's the way to go, because there's a lot of people who take so much pride in being full blood or being so much blood, where it's almost like an elitist attitude. And so those are the people I'm working on right now, to be like, no, that's not traditional. We never had blood quantums as a people. And people are surprised when I tell them this. In Lakota way, the word Lakota means human being. And when we were before European contact, when we were just, being ourselves, and we had our tribes going, and if somebody came into our tribe, however, be captured, enemy, whatever, and decided to stay, and they learned our ways, they learned our culture, our language, our spirituality, everything, they became Lakota. And they gave them that choice. Are you Lakota now? Yes. Okay, sure, Lakota. Who knows what they were before? They could have been Paiute or Crow or Cheyenne or whatever, but they become Lakota. And so then there was that. And we never went around and been like, but their blood quantum says, or, we didn't have that. So, this whole blood quantum was brought upon us by the government. And so trying to get people to let go of that idea that it's something to be super amazingly proud of, and which is really, and it's weird for them to hear it from me because I'm considered a full blood. So they're like, why is this full blood preaching that mixed blood is okay? And I'm like, because that's not traditional Lakota way. That's not the correct way. We can't be doing that. We're dividing ourselves. We're giving in, and we're causing ourselves to disappear. So hopefully, if I ever get to meet her or speak to her, that I would ask her about that, because I know I'll be pushing that, like I said, in the next 10 years, because it's going to be a huge move, not just for natives, but for the natives who aren't able to be enrolled in their tribes.
No better, no worse than anyone. That's the way I was out the door every day. You're no better, Myra, and you're no worse than anyone.
Right.
And it ends up being a very gentle kind of translation of Omitakino Asin. And so I go, oh, so that's how that carried. But that's how we approach. It's like human beings. That's what we need to get to.
Yes.
Very good. Well, I want to thank again Davidica for grounding us in your spiritual tradition, the tradition of your people, which is a real contribution. I hope that we can all learn from you, even though we have all this fancy education. I think without your deep human understanding and compassion, which you've articulated, we really won't get very far. And so I look forward to your continuing leadership, and we're going to stay connected. We're going to be working on a book and a course. And so I just really have to say goodbye for today, and thank you for your contribution.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Davidica.
Yes, hello. Yes. Did you fix your computer, whatever was going on? Yeah, your camera's off. There you are. Uh-huh. Yes, I see. So you're saying that you think it'll work fine tomorrow? Okay. I had some difficulty figuring out, remembering how to get on. I